a quorum. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. This is the fourth meeting of 2026 and the 56th regular meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville in Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by the Honorable Mr. John DeBerry, Jr. Mr. DeBerry is a former state representative and minister of Coleman Avenue Church of Christ in Memphis. Representative DeBerry is the guest of District 11 Council member Jeff Eastlick. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilman. It was mentioned a moment ago that we're concluding Black History Month this past month. And as an individual who, with my father, had the opportunity in Memphis, Tennessee, to march with Dr. King in the city of Memphis there in 1968, I had the opportunity to hear him make his last speech before he was assassinated the next day. I had the opportunity to watch men and women, black and white, of all political parties and religions stand together, hold hands, and sing, "We Shall Overcome." To be an individual who can read history and know about the Tuskegee Flyers and the groups of women, black and white, that flew planes that were unarmed to the front during World War II. I want to bring something to your attention very briefly that was done by Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of President Franklin D. Roosevelt at that particular time. And she had a prayer that was in her purse. And every night as she watched her husband waste away and slowly die during that war, looking at the casualty list day after day at the thousands, countless thousands of lives that were being lost all over the world, she pulled this prayer out and she would read this prayer daily. It said, "Dear Lord, unless I continue my complacent ways, help me to remember, Lord, that someone died for me today. And as long as there is war, Father, give me the clarity of mind to ask myself, am I worth dying for?" And as we get ready to pledge allegiance to this flag, let's never forget what that flag stands for and the number of lives that have been given, the sacrifices. Every time I visit my father's grave in the veteran cemetery and look at the countless thousands of marble shafts that come out of the ground that represent men and women who had the courage, the patriotism, and the love of country to put that uniform on and serve this country. Let's remember that we're here today because of their sacrifices. Those men and women in World War II who were African Americans, called colored at that particular time. Let's remember them not just in Black History Month, but let's remember them and all of their colleagues and brothers and sisters who gave their life for this country. Pray with me. Merciful God, our Father in heaven, the Father of our Lord, we thank you so much for this day, for this body, for its members and the people that they represent. We ask you to crown their heads with wisdom and courage, understanding, camaraderie. We ask you, Father, to make them a body that deliberates for the benefit and betterment of their people that they serve and the communities where they make their homes. We ask you, Father, to look down upon us in your tender mercy. We know that you are good God, that you are faithful, that your fidelity is without question. And we ask you to give us the strength to allow our light to shine that we might demonstrate what it means to serve a powerful and living God. Father, help us get beyond our fears, our faults, our failures, our frailties, our flaws, and start living our faith and be men and women who stand for something that is greater than themselves. Help us to empty ourselves and fill ourselves with your love and your kindness. And Father, this evening help us to remember that hatred can't drive out hatred. Only love can do that. Darkness can't drive out darkness. Only light can do that. And that evil cannot drive out evil. Only good can do that. Help us to represent that in everything that we do and in everything that we say. In Jesus' name, we humbly pray and lift up our hearts in awe and in reverence. Let us together say, Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBerry.
How you doing?
Please be seated and kindly be quiet. Welcome, council and community members, to Women's History Month. As we highlighted at the start of this term, Nashville's Metro Council is, for the first time in our city's history, by election and not by attrition, majority women, and all 5 at-large seats are held by women. City councils are the government's closest and most accountable to the people, and ideally highly representative of their constituencies in all their diversity. As our members know, the Metro Council was the first fully city-county consolidated government in the United States of America. From 1963 till 1979, the first 16 years of this council, only one woman was serving in a body of 40 persons. When I graduated from college 16 years after that, in 1995, there were only 5 women on the Metro Council. 2007 saw the election of the first woman as vice mayor, and we appreciate these trailblazing women. Across all 50 states, women hold just 33% of state legislature seats. And Tennessee is second to last of all 50 states, with just 15% of the General Assembly being women. At the federal level, women hold 155 of the 535 seats in Congress. That's 29%. There are currently 26 women in the 100-member Senate. A woman has never been president of the United States, yet. When our downtown library reopens at the end of this month, we're excited about that. I encourage all council members and Nashvillians to visit the Votes for Women room in our downtown library. And I also encourage you to go to the Nashville Sites, SITES, NashvilleSites.org website and social media platforms for curated walking and driving tours that highlight women's history throughout Nashville. All right. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to please record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes of the meeting of February 17th, 2026? Okay. There is a motion. It's properly seconded. Without objection, and seeing no one seeking to be recognized for a change to the minutes, the minutes of the meeting of February 17th are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are going to roll right into our agenda. First is Section E for elections. We have 2 matters for election this evening, and council members will find those on their tablets on their desk. The first is an election for the Greenways and Open Space Commission. This is an election to fill 1 vacancy on the commission, with a term expiring on August 31st of 2027 at the end of this council term. With this vacancy, the council is responsible for electing persons from its own membership to serve on the commission. Councilmember Parker was nominated by Councilmember Toombs, and Councilmember Hancock was nominated by Councilmember Vo. Mr. Clerk, will you please open the vote? With all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Council has elected Councilmember Tanya Hancock with 21 votes in favor and 14 votes for Councilmember Parker. Congratulations, Councilmember Hancock. Congratulations. All right, next we're going to roll right into E2, still on your tablets for the Transportation Licensing Commission. Consideration of this nominee to fill one vacancy on the commission with a term expiring on January 31st of 2028. Mr. Clerk, if you will, open the vote, please. Has everyone voted? Ms. Swara, Ms. Sepulveda, you voted? All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. With 33 votes in favor and 2 abstentions, Council has elected Mannon Hall to the Transportation Licensing Commission. We appreciate your willingness to serve. All right. Okay, we're going to head into section F of our agenda, appointees and nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons, and there were a whole lot of them this evening, who were scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee for an interview this evening. Referrals will be back to the committee by rule as part of the council's 2-meeting process for elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals. Chair Cash, your brief report, please, sir. No vote totals necessary, simply the name of those interviewed and for which seats. And if there are multiples with each type of seat, you don't need to repeat that each time. You can just say for this board, all these people. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. There were a lot. I'll do my best. Do you want to know the two? There was one withdrawn and one deferred. You want that first?
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
For the Planning Commission, the reappointment of Jessica Farr was deferred for 1 meeting. And for the Board of Equalization, there was a withdrawal. And I'm not seeing it. Sorry. I'm I'm sorry.
That's okay, sir. If you
I know
just,
there's a withdrawal.
that's okay. If you just share those folks who were indeed interviewed,
all
then
right.
we can
All
ascertain.
right, so for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, the appointment of David Capriella. Civil Service Commission, Alicia Jones. For Board of Equalization, there were a bunch. The Lori Cast as an alternate, Alexa Colton for a member, Deb Dawson for a member, Truett Ellis as an alternate, John Green as a member, Melba Jackson as a member, Michael Milner as an alternate, Israel Nellis as an alternate, Mia Parker as an alternate, Carnell Scruggs as a member, Derek Starks as an alternate, Greg Atkins for the Planning Commission.
Mr. Chair, do we then presume that it's Roger Farmer who's
Yes,
withdrawn?
thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Farmer has withdrawn.
All right. And then for the Planning Commission, the reappointment of Greg Atkins, also Area Dang, and then I said Jessica Farr was deferred. Also for the Public Library Board, Charvis Rand, Traffic and Parking Commission, Brandon Mason.
All right. Again, those re-referrals are by rule. Would you please make a motion for the one meeting deferral of the interview of for the reappointment of Ms. Jessica Farr?
Move one meeting deferral of Jessica Farr.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Okay. Any voting no or abstaining? No. Okay. All right. That is deferred one meeting. Okay, now, Chair Cash, for Section G, confirmations, you're recognized for your committee report on the appointees in the second step of your committee's two-meeting process with vote totals this time, and a consolidated motion for the confirmation of those persons, or first for a deferral motion if there are any. Go ahead, sir.
For the Action Commission, the reappointment of Shalon Haji for a term expiring February 2nd, 2029, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Employee Benefit Study and Formulating Committee members, Margaret Darby for a term expiring March 3rd, 2031, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Leslie Farmer for Benefit Study and Formulating Committee, 8 to 0. Glenn Farner for Employee Benefits, 8 to 0. Same commission or committee, Gary Moore, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. John Tischler, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Fire and Building Codes Appeal Board, the reappointment of Anthony Locke for a term expiring March 1st, 2030, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Sports Authority appointment of John Glassmeyer for a term expiring February 17th, 2030. Also for Sports Authority, Anna Page. Those were 8 to 0. Kendall Poole for a term expiring February 19th, 2032, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Adam Sanseveri for the Sports Authority, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Victor Wynn, Sports Authority, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And I think that is, and then I move approval.
All right. There is a motion to confirm these 12 appointees in a consolidated vote. Is there a second? Okay. Does anyone wish to remove an item from this consolidated motion for purposes of an individual abstention or no vote? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. All right. You have confirmed these appointees. Two are confirmed appointees. If you chose to return to the council chamber this evening, which is not required, do please stand as I call your name. Council has confirmed the appointments of Shilhan Haji to the Action Commission and to the Employee Benefits Study and Formulating Committee. Council has confirmed the appointments of Margaret Darby, Leslie Farmer, Glenn Farner, Gary Moore, John Tischler, and then go ahead and keep standing. Mr. Moore, keep standing, the Honorable Mr. Moore. To the Fire and Building Codes Appeals Board, Council has confirmed the reappointment of Anthony Locke. To the Sports Authority, council has confirmed the appointment of John Glassmeyer, the reappointment of Anna Page, the appointment of Kendall Poole, the appointment of Adam Sanseveri, and finally, the appointment of Victor Nguyen. Thank you for joining us this evening. We appreciate you very much. Thank you for your service. And we express the same to all those watching at home as well. All right, next section on our agenda is section H. This is the public comment period. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak during public comment may sign up at a table outside the council chamber from 5 to 6 p.m. on the day of a council meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes in total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Persons speaking on agenda items must be prioritized to comply with state law. And pursuant to Rule 28, all public comment speakers must present proof of Tennessee residency. All right. I am going to read down the list, just 2 or 3, so we can kind of keep things moving. And I will ask that you not really queue more than 2 or 3 deep. So first, for public comment this evening is Kelly Kuberly, speaking on agenda item or rather Resolution 2025-1712. This is a resolution regarding the Boring Company. She is speaking in opposition. After Kelly will be Robert Bennett and Hillary Morgan. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Okay, hello. My name is Kelly Kuberly. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I'm a tech worker, been in IT here in Nashville for the past 16 years. And I also help run a local nonprofit organization called the Veterans Corporate Council. We're tied into Operation Stand Down. So that gives us the ability to help other veterans, active duty, military, guard, reserve members, advance their career and get placed within leadership roles here in Nashville, and we help retain that talent to Middle Tennessee. I attended the meeting here February 19th when the Boring Company presented their plan for the Music City Loop, and I really appreciate their willingness to work with local authorities. I thought Metro Council did very well. They brought up a lot of valid concerns and questions, such as, you know, hey, does the Boring Company, will they make a profit? And would they be willing to profit share with Metro Nashville? I can't think of a better city and a better timing for a project like this. The best part is it's privately funded in a time where our property taxes have absolutely increased. Personally, mine have increased 250% since moving to Nashville in 2017 from Brentwood. I respectfully ask Metro Council to support the Music City Loop project and work constructively with the state of Tennessee when required. I think that this project is not just about boring tunnels, but it's about progress that will make the city better for everybody, including residents and visitors. I also think that it's a win for Donaldson. Donaldson, I love that they want to kick it off at the airport in Donaldson. You know, we lost Monell's back in 2024. That was a tourist destination. And lastly, I just want to say thank you so much for your time today. And again, Metro Council, I really, really hope that you will support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robert Bennett. Robert Bennett, are you present? Robert Bennett, you are next. Speaking on Resolution 1712 in opposition regarding the Boring Company. Go ahead.
Good evening, all. Thanks again for your time this evening. I'm with Southern Carlson Incorporated. We're a construction supply company here in Nashville and across Tennessee. I'm a regional commercial sales manager for that company, and just wanted to speak to the Boring Company, this project, and the market in general, what this project means to people like myself, the opportunity it provides, not only for supply companies, but for all the trades around Nashville and the people that work for those trades. This project could really put Nashville on the map and help a struggling commercial construction market right now. Just wish that we can, recognize what that means to all trades, all markets, and all the communities, the people that work in those communities, what that would mean to them and to our commercial construction industry in general. And that's pretty much it. Appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Next will be, y'all, we'll move a lot faster if we don't clap in between all these. Next will be Hillary Morgan, followed by Kanya Williams and Jerry Bosselman. Go ahead, Ms. Morgan.
Hi, my name is Hillary. I am a business owner here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm a mother who have 2 children in the Metro Nashville public school system. And I thank you so much for allowing me to speak in front of you. I'm here in opposition of Resolution 2025-17112. This afternoon, after dropping my daughter at dance class on the West End to this building, a direct 4-mile drive down Charlotte to Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, it took me over 25 minutes. With this tunnel and the stops that they're proposing, that same distance would take me 4 minutes. Okay, with the Music City Loop, with the Music City Loop, that same commute would take me 4 minutes and save me $20 in parking. This system isn't just for tourists. This system is for the hard-working people of Davidson County. Not only will the system alleviate congestion, but it will create real, lasting jobs. The vehicles within the tunnels will be driven by licensed and insured drivers, as well as the infrastructure supported by the people that live here in Davidson County. If we look at the Vegas system, which has been incredibly successful since it started in its operations, we have seen no crashes, no infrastructure problems, and I think that when you look at what's happening here in Nashville City, we are more likely, 20% more likely than the national average to get into an accident while driving in our city. Likewise, I encourage you as a city and as our city council to ask the right questions, to do the research, to talk with their CEO. And together we can move Nashville forward with a private enterprise endeavor that does not levy yet another tax on us as people here and residents of Davidson County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Kanya Williams, followed by Jerry Bosselman, and then after that it will be Megan Shante.
Good evening. My name is Kanya Williams, and my husband and I are proud owners of TriMed Hauling. We are a local trucking company, and we're excited about the Boring Company project for several reasons. Number one, job security for not only us in the trucking sector, the dump truck sector, but also additional job security for the community, including but not limited to contractors, full and part-time employment, excuse me, during and after completion of the project. Alleviating traffic, which would decrease congestion, especially during the peak hours. And of course, with the use of the electrical vehicles, that'll cut down on the pollution, or reducing pollution. And also the continued growth of Nashville that we've all experienced. The innovative way of travel will positively affect tourism, the tourism revenue, increasing our economy as a whole. We do appreciate the opportunity the Boring Company has provided, and we're so proud to be a part of such a forward-thinking project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Jerry Bosselman, Before Megan Shante, I just want to clarify. So we have to, by state law, balance for and against. Everyone who has signed up is speaking regarding this resolution. And so following Mr. Bosselman, there will be 1 minute and 30 seconds of residual time if the next in line, Shockey Marshall, wishes to speak. They would have 1.5 minutes, and that would be prior to Megan Shante. Go ahead, Mr. Bosselman.
Hey, I'm Jerry Bostelman. Thanks for a chance to talk today. Appreciate everything you guys do. I'm an investor in a bunch of restaurants and some property in town. And what I'm really concerned about is killing the golden goose. The property taxes have been brutal. All of my businesses are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars more. The labor cost has skyrocketed. The food cost has skyrocketed. What I'm concerned about is entrepreneurs can't afford to operate in Nashville. The only thing we're going to have are billionaires, corporations and chains running the restaurants. And once Nashville loses its cool, nobody's going to come to Nashville, and the golden goose is dead. Another thing that's going on, if you look at the construction that's happening above the ground, I'm an investor in Mockingbird and in Shohan, 2 great restaurants. Also, Choi and Tanso, both closed because of what we're talking about today. It's gotten too expensive. 3 of the last 5 years, there's been a gaping hole right outside the restaurant where nobody can come and eat. You're trying to eat tikka masala to the sound of a jackhammer in the back. Go, 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 go. The third point would be the ice storm. I live over in Berry Hill. It took me 1.5 weeks to get power. It took me 2 weeks to get the roads passable. And finally, it's going to take smart people to figure this out. By show of hand, who here has invented electric cars and made a grid out of it?
We don't do that, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry. We got smart people to work. So ultimately, what we have an opportunity for is a time machine that would give us access throughout the city. It won't cost a dime to the entrepreneurs that are already so overtaxed and going out of business. In an ice storm, there's plenty of opportunity to go underground and get your mom to the hospital, or maybe to get to some heat. Ultimately, if you think about getting smart people, smart people are better than less smart people. All the things they've done, I'm excited about what we'll be able to do together. And if it doesn't work, they're spending billions, not us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Shockey Marshall, do you wish to speak? All right, again, balancing for and against, subsequent to this, all the kind of divided time and speaking for. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Shakai Marshall. I've been a resident of Nashville for the past 2 years. I started my career as a local home builder here in Nashville. When I first heard the Boring Company was coming to town, I applied right away. After my first interview, I fell in love with the company and its values. They flew me out and I experienced the tunnels in Vegas, and I'm excited to share these tunnels with you guys here in Nashville. I am now a current employee of the Boring Company. The Boring Company is not just an Elon company. The Boring Company is a giant family and team here in Nashville. The work ethic of this team here is amazing, and we are going to achieve great things for this city. What we are currently building is going to change travel for Nashville for generations to come.
Hey, y'all, please don't accost those folks speaking during public comment. Thank you.
I will close by saying we want to gain the public's respect because what we are building is amazing and really cool. Every vendor that's came out or local community member that's seen the tunnel has been really intrigued by what is going on. We will continue to do community engagement events and be as transparent as possible. I have heard nothing but positive feedbacks from the folks that have been around just recently inside the building, and we are super excited for what is to come in the future. Thank you all for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. That works out just very well on the time. Next, then, beginning a group of folks that are speaking in support of Resolution 1712. First among them is Megan Shante, followed by Mara Echterling, and then Miriam Albafazli. Megan Shante, are you here? Megan Shante? Okay. I am then now going to go down the list to the next person speaking in support, and that is Mara Echterling. Go ahead, Mara.
Hello, thank you, and thank you for getting my name right. Most people get it wrong right off the jump, so great job. I want to make a couple of points about the Hyperloop, first of all, even though this resolution is not necessarily about the Hyperloop specifically, I'll get to it. First, the Hyperloop project is not actually 100% privately funded. That might be a technicality, but there are some details that do involve taxpayer money going towards this project. Second point, this project is not a serious attempt to address traffic issues in Nashville. Third point, the Las Vegas Hyperloop is an absolute joke compared to what has been promised to that city, and the city leaders of Las Vegas will tell you that themselves. Vegas already has a Hyperloop, and that city's tourism is still dying on the vine. Not to mention the contractors here in Nashville that walked off of this project back in November. Now, this resolution is not about Metro's government stopping the Hyperloop project. We all know that that's really not something that's possible. What this resolution is about is this is an opportunity to establish a political narrative that says that Nashville will not just lie down and let the state government force us to comply with everything it says when we are left out of every single conversation, which has happened with this project. Because up to this point, the Boring Company and the state government has proceeded with the idea that everyone supports this project. And there might be people in support of this project, clearly, and that's great. But the idea that there's just an overwhelming amount of support for this is obviously not true. And this is an opportunity for Metro's government to input to the record that not everybody supported this. And it's an opportunity to establish some form of competing narrative with what the state government is pushing out. And I would encourage you to take the opportunity to establish that narrative, to establish the other boundary of acceptable debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Miriam Abel-Fazli, followed by Saria Lowry Matthews. Go ahead, Miriam.
Hi, I'm Miriam Abel-Fazli. I'm District 34. I just want to say that right now, for many of us, democracy at the federal level and at the state level is mostly dead. And at the local level is where we come because we feel that we can engage with you, we can be heard by you, we can have debate and discussion and process. This resolution is about process, something that is so essential to our democracy that is dying. What we're asking you to do is to say we will not be steamrolled by corporations again. This happened to us, and we're still dealing with it when we drive by the Titans every day and see a stadium right next to a stadium when we clearly need those resources, as the storm just showed. So all we're asking is to consider a resolution that says we want transparency. We want a discussion. We want to know this subterranean authority that was a bait and switch that cost $5 million US, like our taxpayer money a year, is a real thing. This is not a net neutral project. This costs money. Y'all get to discuss that. Y'all get to show your passion, your interest, your analysis, your detail. I see you smiling at me. I want to know why. Do you want the ground under Nashville to go to the state? Is that what you're here for? You're here to monitor what is public land, what is land here, and make sure it goes for public resources, for public good. And y'all are ready to give that up, let it go to the state, let another caption bill come up that says another $10 million or whatever. Oh, well, our hands are up. This isn't our city anyways. Please, y'all, fight harder. Thank you.
All right. Next is Saria Lowry Matthews, followed by Kelly Knott Sandifer.
It's Soraya.
Oh, I'm sorry, Soraya. Go ahead.
That's okay. Hi, my name is Soraya Lowry Matthews, and I am a college student at Nashville State Community College and a Nashville native. Today, I stand in opposition to this tunnel project and in support of Councilwoman Delicia Porterfield's resolution. Tennessee has a long history of building major projects in Black and brown neighborhoods that later cause harm. Highways, industrial sites, large developments built in places where families live and where children go to school. Years later, those same communities face higher rates of asthma, cancer, and other health problems. That is not a coincidence, that is a pattern. So I have a simple question. Why should we take that risk again? Before this project moves forward, our community deserves clear answers. What will this tunnel do to the air we breathe? What will it do to the water that we drink? And what long-term studies have been done and who paid for them? Who is truly responsible for making sure this is safe? And let's be honest for a moment. Have we even prepared to manage and maintain everything? We cannot have basic roads and potholes, and we cannot take care of those across the cities. So how are we prepared to manage and maintain an underground tunnel if we cannot see what's right in front of us? How are we going to safely oversee what is buried beneath us? So my question to you guys, when the first emergency happens, who shows up? Who pays? Is it the company making the profit, or is it the family who lives there and have to deal with the consequences that they didn't even get a say-so on? We should not ask communities to sacrifice their health for corporate gain. We should not repeat mistakes that have already cost families entirely too much. So supporting Councilwoman resolution is about protecting the people. It is about safety. It is about accountability. And it's about making sure history does not repeat itself again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next is Kelly Knott Sandifer, followed by Joseph Lee.
Good evening, Metro Council members. My name is Kelly Knott Sandifer, and I am a student at Tennessee State University, born and raised in Nashville, Tennessee, and I am here in support of RS 2025-1712. The people in power have done very little to protect the residents of North Nashville, and now, unsurprisingly, our state leadership has ignored those complaints and disregarded the city's leadership to bend the knee to a corporation unmoved by the rights or safety of its workers, and which has made it very clear to the community who built this city that are not the communities that they intend on serving. Let me be very plain with you. We have been here before. We know what it looks like when a project cuts through a neighborhood that could not fight back. We know what it looks like when the language of progress is used to hollow out the places where Black people live, worship, and raise their children. This city has done it before, and apparently some of you are prepared to let it happen again. I already have to run over 40 potholes just to get to class, and now I got to worry about a sinkhole. This tunnel is not innovation. It is a vanity project dressed in the language of future, sold to you by a company that will not face the residents in a public forum to explain itself. Development for who? Nashville is not asking for private underground tunnels. It's asking for reliable buses, affordable transportation, and streets that don't get forgotten the morning after election. Council members, you were not elected to rubber stamp the impulses of the richest man on earth. You were elected to represent the people in this room and the thousands of more people working on second shift right now. The question is not whether the Boring Company can do this. The question is whether Nashville will once again sell out its most vulnerable residents to the highest bidder. Thank you.
All right, next is Joseph Lee speaking in support of this resolution. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Joe Lee. I'm here in support of this resolution. Based on Boring's own claim of 3.3 million passengers served over about 1,700 days of operation, this averages about to 1,900 passengers per day. Those are rookie numbers, okay? For I-40 westbound at Briley Parkway sees 170,000 cars per day. Boring Company's total capacity is less than 1% of the total travel demand of just one direction in this one corridor alone. But hey, I'm all for solving traffic. So I came up with some ideas to improve the system efficiency, if you will. Okay, so what if we increase the passengers to driver ratio by linking up some of these Tesla cars together, right? And make them a little bit bigger with automatic doors so you can support roll-on, roll-off of wheelchairs and luggages, so faster embarkation. And what if we put one big engine instead of tiny little inefficient ones on the front car, and we don't need to carry batteries too heavy. We just use a live wire to transfer power to the cars, okay? And we know that tire dust is very detrimental to respiratory system. So we should replace rubber tires with steel wheels. And since this is a fixed route, we can just use some steel guideways for steel on steel, which is very efficient in rolling resistance. And I know this might sound like very advanced technology. So I might ask my 6-year-old daughter to draw up a picture of what it looks like. And it's a train. This thing does 40,000 passengers per hour per directions. Maybe you should look into that. Thank you.
All right. With less than a minute left of residual time, I'm going to call the public comment period closed. And we appreciate everybody coming out. Next is Section I of our agenda, Rules of Procedure. We take up these proposals from council members like we do legislation. When they come on to our agenda, they do have a mandatory deferral by rule. This was deferred last time and is before us this evening. This is Section I, Item 1, regarding Rule 13.4, sponsors Evans, Coupin, and Ellis. This is amendment to our rules of procedure regarding filing deadlines and emergency items, particularly during a declared state of emergency. Councilmember Evans, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Basically, this rule amendment that I'm proposing.
Ms. Evans, would you request your committee reports?
Of course.
No
yes.
worries.
May I have committee reports, please?
Chair Cash?
We voted to approve, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And it's back to you, Ms. Evans, for a motion to get this before us for discussion.
Move approval, please.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So this rule change amendment that I'm proposing basically would give us an opportunity in the event that we're under a state of emergency to file non-binding resolutions and not need to have them potentially blessed by the vice mayor. That's unfortunately, I think, probably a negative related to our rules. And so this would give members an opportunity under those limited circumstances to be able to file non-binding resolutions that apply to the state of emergency that's in force.
All right. We are on, there's a motion to approve this rule change, and we are on to discussion. Are any members seeking to discuss this amendment to the rules of procedure? All right. Seeing none, we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. This amendment to rules of procedure has passed. Special Counsel Wilson, this will be apply in how many days? So it won't apply at next meeting. The rule is?
The rule change will apply in 30 days.
Okay, 30 days. So not next meeting, but likely the meeting after that? I haven't counted, but. Okay.
It would be effective the meeting of April the 7th.
Okay, thank you. All right. And then regarding agenda item I-2, Rule 50 by sponsor Coupin, an amendment or proposed amendment to the rules of procedure regarding elections to boards and commissions. Again, that is deferred by rule to our next meeting. Okay. All right. Now we're moving into section J of our agenda, bills on public hearing. Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Council Office team member Karina Valdez is here as the interpreter. Ms. Valdez, will you please share how you can help?
Los servicios de interpretación en español estarán disponibles en la audiencia pública. Gracias.
Gracias. We appreciate you. For those wishing to speak this evening as part of public hearings, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your exact address if you do not wish to do so. You may, but you may want otherwise to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, your connection to an agenda item or project, or who your council member is. All right? Okay, the first item in section J for public hearing is agenda item 1. This is ordinance BL 2025-1146, sponsor Johnson. This is an ordinance amending chapter 17.36 and 17.40 of the Metro Code to create a detached accessory dwelling unit exclusion overlay district. Ms. Johnston, you're recognized.
Withdraw.
All right. This bill has been withdrawn. Next is agenda item 2, ordinance BL 2025-1148, sponsors Prep T and GAD. This is an ordinance amending chapters 17.04 and 17.32 of the Metro Code of Laws to revise and add regulations on signs within the zoning code. Mr. Prepty, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right, Mr. Prepty, seeing no one here in opposition or support on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move approval.
All right. There is a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on public hearing and its second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this is passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 3, ordinance BL 2025-1149, sponsors Druffel and Ellis. This is an ordinance amending chapter 17.20 of the Metro Code of Laws to require the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure, also known as NDOT, to complete area transportation infrastructure analyses for certain site plans and rezonings. Mr. Druffel, you are recognized, sir.
Yeah, Chair, I move to defer this to public hearing on September 1st with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, NDOT Planning and myself have been meeting for the last month or two to talk about regional impact on traffic. We're making some headway, and we need to spend a little bit more time with some solutions. So this is just moving in the right direction, but with a lot of thought.
All right. Is there any discussion on Councilmember Druffel's motion to defer this ordinance to the first meeting in September? All right. Mr. Eastlick, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, this is a question for planning and zoning. Do we know when the infrastructure side of the housing and infrastructure study will be finished? I know we've already moved ahead with some zoning without knowing the extent of the needed infrastructure, but if we can get an idea of when that might be out, that may be able to help us make a decision in this case.
Ms. Milligan, you're recognized for the Planning Department.
Certainly. The department has been continuing our work on the infrastructure piece. It is complex because we're dealing with a lot of different departments that handle different aspects of the infrastructure conversation. We are close to wrapping it up. We just need to tie up some loose ends with some departments. I don't have an exact completion date for you.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion to defer to the first meeting in September? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. This will be taken up again for public hearing at the first meeting in September. All right. Next is agenda item 4 and 5. We'll need to take them separately. Okay. All right. Hang on. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. If we can, we will need to take these separately. They both have substitutes. However, if we could take the public hearing together.
I would suggest that as well. For purposes of public hearing, may we, I think for the clarity of the public, we could certainly subsequent to that separate the vote and the debate. But I think it might be confusing to the public if we were to separate the matters.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Special Counsel.
Vice Mayor, state law requires public hearings on each matter, and in this case, we are dealing with 2 separate pieces of property here. It would be advisable to hold these public hearings separately with the knowledge that they're handling these issues that are very similar. But
okay.
I yield to counsel.
All righty. So I think what I would say then, Sponsor Taylor, to honor your intent, and I think for purposes of clarity with the public. Folks, what we have here in agenda item 4 and 5, I'm going to read them into the record. They are related to each other regarding Buchanan Street and the Commercial Compatibility Overlay District, okay? So I'm going to read the first one into the record because pursuant to state law, we do need to have 2 public hearings. What I might suggest is unless in looking at our agenda and you see something specific to your address, your home, your business, separate between the 2 matters, you might choose to speak on one or the other. But if you would just like to generally speak on this topic, I would ask that you kind of choose that first public hearing. Then we'll open the second public hearing. And then if you have anything that is specific to those matters, those specific addresses in that bill, we welcome you to speak at that time, okay? I am going to read this first one into the record. So we are generally discussing and approaching agenda items 4 and 5. These are resolutions, rather ordinances, BL 2025 and -1168 and -1169, sponsor Taylor. They are both regarding commercial compatibility overlay districts located on Buchanan Street, okay? But they are slightly different in their footprint. So the first one that we will take up for public hearing is 1168. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County, by applying a commercial compatibility overlay district to various properties located on Buchanan Street between 21st Avenue North and Interstate 65. This is 15.78 acres. Okay. Mr. Taylor, you are recognized again. If you could, please inquire to open or move to open the public hearing.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open on Councilman Taylor's Bill 1168. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hands? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Will those persons wishing to speak in support please come forward to the podium? No more than 5 at a time, please. Supporting speakers will go first, and persons in opposition will speak after those speaking in support. Okay? So in groups of about 5 or so, if those persons who are wishing to speak in support would please come forward for Councilmember Taylor's first of 2 bills about Buchanan Street Commercial Compatibility Overlay. This is the public hearing for 1168. Supporters, please do come forward. Go ahead, ma'am. You're very welcome. Come on forward. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Cheryl McReynolds. I'm a native Nashvilleian, and I have the privilege of living in my childhood home on 10th and Buchanan. I've seen a lot of changes in North Nashville. My parents purchased this home in the early 60s, so I have been in the North Nashville area all my life. So I've seen through the interstate and all the other various changes and all how things have ran down for a short period of time. But as we continue to move forward, we see that there'll be a lot of changes. And I really don't think that it's about noise or anything about having an establishment that has a nightlife for it, but have respect for the residents that live there as well. I believe that we need to come to some type of agreement where we can decide how we need to go about it. There will always be noise. You cannot control that. You can make up the ordinances for it, but every now and then you're going to have that outbreak. We still hear noise in the North Nashville area, some of it that's not very welcoming. But at times when we've had that nightlife, when it's over, it's awful. It's awful for a lot of residents who have to get up and go to work the next morning. But that's the only other thing that I see there. Nothing in opposition of saying, oh, it's treating the residents so bad or that the nightlife is terrible. It's not. I've had my moments. But I do like to make sure that as we move forward, that even though we may not agree, we can pivot and move forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, continuing with persons in support. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Aretha Carruthers. I'm a resident of Buchanan for 31 years. And this is something that I'm behind because for the 8 years that I've had clubs on my street, I had to be at work at 6 o'clock. That means you got traffic, you got people coming from the club, the loud noise from the club, so you can't sleep. So that affects my living, that affects my money. A lot of these people here got these tags on saying, save Buchanan. We're not trying to destroy Buchanan. What we're trying to do is get structure on Buchanan for those neighbors that stay there on Buchanan. Half of the ones that got these stickers on don't even live on Buchanan. You're supporting the clubs. We don't have a problem with the clubs. What we have a problem with is the noise, the traffic that it brings, the trash that it brings. If you go in front of the school when the club closes, there's beer bottles. There's, excuse my language, there are condoms. Kids should not see that. And if you got an 89-year-old lady trying to clean up the trash that's coming from the clubs and she busts her head, and then we have to call 911, sometimes you can't even get 911 down our street because it's a two-way street. It becomes a one-way street when you got these clubs open. If none of y'all would ever think that, my parents not gonna go through this, think about us that do live on 10th Avenue or 11th Avenue or Buchanan Street. See what we go through. Put yourself in our predicament. Would you want your parent to say, oh, I can't sleep, I can't do my job because we got people on our Ring camera screaming and howling, blocking our street off?
My name is Simone Boyd. I'm Ms. Carruthers' neighbor, and I'm yielding my 2 minutes to her.
So my thing is, I'm begging y'all, put us first before $1. Because that's basically what it is. It's $1 that they're looking at. We don't need Buchanan to be another nightlight street where you can't take your family down the street and walk and be able to get something to drink or have a nice time out on Buchanan because you worried about the gang members that that came in our neighborhood. We've had to worry about the crime that our crime has went down since we have not had a club on Buchanan that has been open.
Ma'am, if I may, Ms. Simone, that's very kind on your part. I was thinking perhaps maybe you just had a little bit more to say. We cannot get in the pattern of everybody yielding time respectfully. Everybody has 2 minutes. And so if you would like to be recognized at this time, you're very welcome.
Isn't that Robert's Rules of Order to yield?
No,
your
ma'am,
time?
that doesn't apply to public hearing. That applies to us within the body on the floor. A member may yield time. You are a member of the public here for public hearing. We don't engage in back and forth yielding of time for citizens speaking at public comment.
Okay, well, I just agree with everything that Ms. Carruthers said, and I agree with everything that my neighbor, Ms. Sherrill, said.
All righty, thank you for coming out. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Hello, I'm Juan Vega Romero. I own the coffee shop, The Loading Dock on Buchanan Street. Coming out in favor of the overlay, just to protect the community aspect of Buchanan Street. It's not a major commercial thoroughfare. It's neighborhood adjacent. And to be able to limit the types of businesses that can accumulate on the street, keep the noise down. We have several schools in the area, lots of residences butt up to the back of our buildings, and to keep the integrity of that neighborhood together is important. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next, go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Council members and neighbors, my name is Clinton Gray III, co-founder of Slim and Husky's Pizza. My partners and I chose to invest on Buchanan Street when many would not because we believe in North Nashville. Just not as a business opportunity, but as a home. Recently, there have been calls to cancel and boycott our business because we support this overlay. Let me be clear. Our stance is not about popularity. It is about responsibility. It is about the love for this community and real lived experience as business and property owners on this corridor. We support this overlay because it promotes intentional progress, including eliminating predatory lenders, enforcing reasonable spacing between liquor stores and auto-oriented businesses, limited overconcentration of cigarette and beer shops, and protecting families and enforceable noise ordinances. As a business owner on Buchanan Street, I personally experienced the cost of unaccountable operators. We have absorbed extra costs for cleaning, repairs, and private security caused by late-night traffic that is not ours. Those are real costs, real consequences, and they are carried by responsible business owners trying to build something sustainable. There has also been misinformation suggesting that this overlay targets black businesses, that it is simply not factual. There are no black-owned liquor stores, no black-owned check-cashing locations, or cigarette and beer shops on Buchanan that would be directly affected. Meanwhile, black-owned businesses, restaurants, coffee shops, professional firms will continue to operate as normal. Historically, Buchanan was not an entertainment strip. It was a business corridor serving families and residents. So when I see messaging that says save the buck, I respectfully ask, what exactly are we saving? Saving the buck should mean protecting residents. It should mean supporting accountable businesses. It should mean creating an environment where families feel safe and entrepreneurs can thrive without absorbing someone else's irresponsibility. We stand with residents, we stand with the responsible operators, and we stand in support of this overlay because Buchanan Street deserves intentional, sustainable progress. Respectfully.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other persons wishing to speak in support at this time? All right. Seeing none, we will now move to those wishing to speak in opposition. I do, again, want to encourage, just for, fire safety reasons and otherwise, we don't want to have too deep a queue. Everyone who wants to be heard will be heard, okay? So if you could queue up about 5 or so at a time, go ahead and come on forward. If you are in opposition and you wish to speak. Go ahead, ma'am, you're recognized.
My name is Valeria Lopez. I'm the owner of Chandelier Event Space located at 1003 Buchanan Street. I'm a native Nashvilleian. I am the owner of a property that I grew up in. My uncle was the owner of Lee and Oaks Dry Cleaners for 40 years, located in the same space on Buchanan. As you can see, I'm a young black girl. It's always been my dream to be able to have a space on Buchanan, a place that I knew, a place that I felt comfortable, a place where I wanted to be able to come and offer my services to the community at an affordable price. I wear the shirt, it says save the buck. I'm saving a community, a corridor that looks like me. We don't have many spaces where we can go in this city. And I'm not there because of cheap rent. I probably paid one of the highest rents on the block, in this corridor. I'm there because literally I deserve to be there. There are ordinances in place for loud noise. There are things that the city can do to help with trash. There are things that the councilman could have spoken with us about. And I don't think that I'm necessarily talking to my customers, but I'm talking to actual patrons that come from different areas in Nashville to patronize businesses in this area. But I feel like the councilman could have spoken with us, could have had a meeting with us as business owners to see what we could come up with, what the grievances are. I didn't learn about any of this until my business neighbor was at his location. Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you, ma'am. That's okay, your time has expired. Thank you for coming out. Go ahead, next, you're recognized.
Good evening, council people. My name is Tequila Johnson. I am the CEO and co-founder of the Equity Alliance, but I am also a resident of District 21. I live on 12th and Buchanan, and I've lived there for about 6.5 years. And I'm not in favor of this overlay for several reasons. Not because I don't think the councilman wanted to do something that would have helped the residents that spoke to him, but because I feel like it was done without everyone in mind. As many of you know, I run the largest Black-led civic organization in the state. I live in Councilman's district. I knew nothing of this ordinance. So when this ordinance came about, I got hundreds of calls from people in favor and people against. And the one thing that I realized that was consistent was two things. One, this ordinance does not address the concerns of the neighbors. If this ordinance passes, does it stop the noise? Does it stop the trash? Does it stop the existing gang violence that has always been in Buchanan, on Buchanan Street? It does not. It simply grandfathers those businesses in. I have learned more about planning and zoning in the last month than I ever thought I would learn in my life. And the one thing that keeps ringing in my head is that every time there is something that we have never done before and that we don't know what the consequences are, it gets tested in Black neighborhoods. So people are not here because they feel like this targets Black businesses. They are here because they do not know. There's been conversations about misinformation. Well, we cannot criticize confusion when there was never clarity from the beginning. And that is what is happening around this overlay. I am not against Councilman Taylor's intentions, and I am not for the residents being, treated unfairly. What I am for is adequate community engagement. So I am asking that this be deferred indefinitely and that we go back to the drawing board and we do something that is not tested on Black residents, because we saw what happened when that happened on Jefferson Street with the highway.
Thank you. Next, go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
My name is Antoine Gaines. I've been on Buchanan for 60 years, and I'm against the overlay.
Thank you. Next, if additional folks do wish to speak in opposition, there is space, and you can go ahead and come on forward. Go ahead, sir.
I'm coming as an employer. This has hurt everybody tremendously, like bad. Just coming from a personal space, everybody that worked in this community, we kind of took it hard. We gave people opportunities in school to have jobs, people that's felons that can't even work a regular job to have jobs. Man, it's just hard. I really hope that we can defer this. I know they said something about the trash, the gang, but man, it's trouble everywhere. It's Buchanan. I mean, it's probably one of the best streets in the city. But as an employer, we've definitely took a big hit, and it just took a lot of money, food. It's been hard. So as an employer, it's been very hard. It's been very hard. And then I know you guys said something about the noise, but between 10 p.m. to 2 in the morning, that's like the most prime hours for a nightclub. And the nightlife of a Black club, 10 to 2. So if you cut that out, you can't do payroll, you can't give jobs, and then when Christmas comes around, you can't do toy drives, you don't have the money to fund and help different churches to go in the community. When Thanksgiving around, how can you do a turkey drive when you got to close at 11? How can you do community outreach? You can't, because you're cutting out our money. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jamiroquai Wynn. I do live in District 21. I apologize because I'm sick. I do not support the proposed commercial overlay on Buchanan and Jefferson. These corridors are part of the historic and cultural identity of North Nashville, and expanding commercial zoning could accelerate displacement for residents, increase traffic, and change the character of the community. I am also concerned with the lack of communication and engagement with residents before moving forward with something that could have such a significant impact on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey, everybody, Shawnee Glapion here. I have a question that I know you all can't answer right here, but maybe y'all can talk about it on the floor. But the planning committee commission said that they would like more education around this. And I'm wondering, can that happen if it's already passed? And what does that expectation look like? Because if you all are saying there's a lot of confusion, does that happen? Do you just pass it and let the confusion, exist? And then does the education happen once it is passed? Or do we talk about it before it is passed? So, because I know the residents, they are very, their voices matter. I very much understand and get where they're coming from. But I do want to be able to have the clarity and even for the residents to understand what this covers for them. So I don't know, I'm not really here to say whether I'm opposed or against it, but I want to know if we can have those conversations. And if we can't have those conversations, then if we can't have those conversations before, then maybe we should be pushing this down the line, right? Deferring this. But what does that look like for the community to truly understand? Because this doesn't help with parking. Parking will still be an issue, right? So we just need the clarity for the people. And y'all have that conversation. I would love to hear where y'all stand on those things.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition? Again, this is the first of two. This is 1168 for the area between 21st Avenue North and Interstate 65. Go ahead, sir.
Greetings, everyone. I am Cedric Brooks II, a former TSU student. I graduated in May of 2025, and I'm against this ordinance. I do believe that in the nightclub industry, as somebody who wants to futurely own a nightclub and restaurants, I think that this kind of patronizes and conflicts what the young youth wants to do in their future, and it takes it away. I do believe that nightclubs bring community together. Although they do talk about trash and things like that, that's something that we can clean up as a community together. That's a simple fix. The gang violence, yeah, it happens. It's a black neighborhood. That's what goes on in black neighborhoods, unfortunately. It's something that we're working on as a community together. So it's something that we're building on. It's something that we're looking to grow. I just feel like if we can come up with a solution to figure out this problem that we're having and this disagreement, it could be simply fixed. So I don't think that the ordinance should go through.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition on Mr. Taylor's 1168 ordinance? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
How you doing? My name is Robert Higgins. I'm a resident. Also, I own business on Buchanan Street. Just to talk about some of the stuff I heard with people in favor of it, I just want to say that I agree. There should be no vape shops. I agree with some of the stuff in the bill. What I don't agree with, the fact that the bill was made without the community in mind. The bill wasn't made and spoke with the business owner and the residents. It was just brought up. And let me start quickly with a point of context. No one came to our defense or showed support when developers and outside descended on our community in the early 2000s, gentrifying and co-opting, then changing our community name to Historic Buchanan Arts District. No one came to our community to stop predatory developers and investors after North Nashville was ravaged after the tornado and the start of COVID. No one championed our businesses and community on Buchanan and on Jefferson Street for COVID relief funds. Here we are again, and our council members refusing to fully be transparent and cooperative. All we are asking is that this overlay be deferred indefinitely, which him and whoever is driving the intentional legislation to limit and subsequently push out the last few remaining black-owned businesses on Buchanan, as well as limit potential new ones to come into the community. You do it for every other development in Edge Hill, Belmead, Bellevue, and the nation, so do it for us. If not, we have been collecting signatures since before the last commission meeting, and are collecting signatures here tonight to recall Brandon Taylor. Thank you.
All right. Sir, are you seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition? Okay. We're going to wrap this up. So if anybody...
Yeah, we're going to wrap it up real quick.
Yep.
My name is Ricky Robinson, and I'm a Nashville native. I've been in Nashville native for 44 years. I'm 44. And I wasn't going to speak, but I heard everybody talking about the trash and the noise. And the only thing it made me think about was downtown. Downtown has trash. Downtown has noise. Downtown has residents. Downtown has all that. But obviously, when downtown was being put together, they had something in place to say, hey, we're going to deal with the trash, we're going to deal with the noise, and we're going to make sure that the residents are safe down there. And so why can't we do that on Buchanan?
All right. Okay, seeing no one else seeking to be recognized in opposition or to speak on 1168, I will declare the public hearing closed on 1168, agenda item 4, and it's back to you, Councilman Taylor.
Thank you. I'd like to move a substitute, please.
Okay, let's move approval, sir, just to get it
Move
before
approval
us.
for the bill.
Okay. All right, it's before us, and then I hear you want to move the substitute?
Move substitute.
All right. Anything you want to share about the substitute, sir?
Yes, so in the overlay, and I'll say the same thing after this, the overlay has single-family property that's in the overlay, so this substitute will remove that single-family property outside of the overlay.
Okay. You've heard a description of the substitute. There's a motion to substitute with Councilman Taylor's substitute. Is there any further discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, if you'd renew your motion for approval as substitute,
Thank
please.
you. I'd like to renew my motion for the approval of the substitute, please, with a brief comment.
Okay, there's a motion to approve as substituted on a second of 3 readings, and it's properly seconded, and we're on to discussion. Back to you, sir.
Thank you. So we heard some good conversation. Thank you all for coming out. Really want you to stay engaged in this conversation. You saw the boring conversation, many other things that are going to be coming up on this calendar. It's probably the thickest calendar we've had in quite some time. So I invite you to stay with us outside of this issue. But since we're talking about this issue, one thing I would like to say was a funny meme about me out there. So I'd like to say, mic check, 1 2 1 2. So while we're here, this overlay is about one thing, proximity. It asked the basic question, should high-impact commercial businesses be right next door to single-family residential houses? Families in this corridor invested in the homes with the understanding that zoning around them could provide a certain level of compatibility. Growth along Buchanan Street is happening, and I support the growth tremendously. I eat at all the restaurants. I go to all the venues. I support it. But growth should be intentional and compatible. Planning staff conducted a peer city review to understand how this happens, and our peer cities came up. Memphis has a 500 feet, since we're talking about the nightclubs, resistance from nightclubs being 500 feet from single-family residential homes, baked in their code. It's not an overlay. There's nothing new. They just can't be there. This requires 100 feet. Charlotte requires 100 feet separation. It's baked in their code, right? Outside of the commercial compatibility overlays, Nashville has no distance requirement between bars and nightclubs and single-family homes. But we keep talking about bars and nightclubs, but this is, you heard a lot of people, they like the bill. They like that we're not going to have check cashing in a black neighborhood, which is predatory. They like that we're not going to have clustering of vape shops and beer and cigarette markets in a black community. They like the bill. I heard tonight that they like the bill. But I also heard that neighbors don't want partying in all of these high-impact businesses on their backs, literally next door. I didn't pass this out. But this is a map that clearly shows the homes. If you see the yellow, those are homes. These are homes. If you see the red, they're right next door to single-family residential homes. And these are impacted people that we're hearing. We didn't have a groundswell of people. I didn't do a whole lot of social media and sending funny memes of what the councilman looked like to get folks out. I just wanted folks to come out. What I did hear is people are talking about this and they're tired of talking about it. We've been meeting about this for years. A leader spoke to you tonight and said we didn't have any conversations here. A leader stood up tonight, also looked me in my face and said, I've never been to one of your many community meetings. We had a community meeting on this. Maybe 5 of these people came in opposition to have a conversation with us, but they're here tonight. I ask you again respectfully to move this bill forward.
All righty. I think Councilmember Benedict was going to yield some time to you, but it looks like you've wrapped up. Ms. Benedict, did you wish to speak on the bill? Okay. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized on for discussion on the motion to approve as substituted on this bill's second of 3 readings? Ms. Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was not going to say much before, but I decided to. This conversation about the residents and what's going on is something that I've heard and I've heard before this bill came. Many of you know that I've shared this before, that my daughter graduated from John Early, which is right behind Buchanan. And John Early is a beautiful museum school, thriving, but because of so many things that's going on in that neighborhood, the admission or the attendance of students in that school has gone very, very low. They used to have thousands of kids. They barely have maybe 300 now. And it's because of the activities that happen. What made me get up is the whole idea that it's the black neighborhood. Gang happen, crime happen. We should not be encouraging that. As somebody whose daughter went to school in that area, that's not what I want. And so this is a way to get everybody talking together and getting things fixed. What do we do to that neighborhood? And so I wanted to speak in favor of this because if it clears up some of this, if it allows the children in that neighborhood to not have to go to school and hearing gunshots every day, if it allows the businesses to shove up and the residents to have some peace of mind, then I am in support of it. And so with that, I stand with Councilmember Taylor as somebody who's listened to, who's been part of that area, who's heard some things. I was going to leave it to him and the people to sort out, but what I heard tonight, that's not what we want. We need to do better. We need to do better for our kids. Thank you.
All right. Is anyone else seeking discussion before we move to the vote? No, sir. Mr. Harrell, go ahead, sir. Is it point of order?
Well, no. I would like for the vote to go on the board. A constituent of mine asked that the vote be placed on the board.
Okay. There is a request for a roll call vote. We need 3 seconds. Okay. Ample seconds. All right. Okay. Seeing no further discussion with a request for a roll call vote, Mr. Clerk, will you please open the vote on 1168 for approval on second reading as substituted? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just a point, well, more point of parliamentary inquiry. Are we voting on the motion to substitute or the motion to approve?
No, sir. The substitute is already on the bill. This is a motion to approve as substituted.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
No problem. Ms. Porterfield, do you seek to vote? It's okay. Got it. That's all good. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. All right. This bill has passed its second of 3 readings with 35 votes in favor, 1 against, and 2 abstentions. This bill will now go to the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Council on its 3rd reading at next meeting. Okay. Now, again, pursuant to state law, to make sure we keep everything as it needs to be, we are now on to agenda item 5. This is ordinance BL 2025-1169, also sponsor Taylor, also about the Buchanan Street Compatibility Overlay District. This ordinance amends Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by applying a commercial compatibility overlay district to various properties located on Buchanan Street between 24th Avenue North and 21st Avenue North. This is 5.61 acres. All right. Councilman Taylor, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilman Taylor's Bill 1169. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Will those persons here who are wishing to speak in support, if you wish to speak again or you have not spoken before, either way, if you wish to speak in support, please come forward to the podium. Again, supporting speakers will go first. Does anyone seek to be recognized to speak in support? All right, seeing Ms. Glapion, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do just want to let, for education purposes, let the people here know that this is the second of 3rd reading, and it will be on the agenda again in 2 weeks. So hopefully, between that time, Councilman Taylor can have some conversations and help with people. So it's not just the end of things. Thank you.
All righty. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? All right. Now, if there's anyone wishing to speak in opposition, you may come forward at this time. Again, this is on 1169, related, also about Buchanan, but specifically before 24th Avenue North and 21st Avenue North.
Hey, y'all, it's me again. And I'm sure y'all will be seeing me again in 2027 when the majority of you all are up for re-election. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, but I have consistently knocked doors in District 21 every election, and y'all know that. So when it came time to talk to constituents, I reached out to Councilman Taylor and I said, look, people are conflicted. People don't know what they want. Let's have a conversation about it. And that was denied. In fact, he said he didn't send out emails. He hired one of my former organizers who worked for the Equity Alliance to help him organize around it, collect sign-ins at the sign-in thing that I'm sure he sent around to you all. But I don't say that because I don't feel like the council members on this floor are trying to do what's best for their constituents and what you think is best. I know a lot of you all personally, and I know that you all are operating with good intent. But intent doesn't always mean direction. The reality about North Nashville is you have 3 housing projects within a 10-mile radius. You have a homeless shelter. You have drug problems. That's part of the reason why I invested over there. I've lived there for 6 years with nightclubs, without nightclubs, with cigarettes, without cigarettes. There are things happening on that street. And so I say that because a lot of what you heard today in favor and in opposition was not a clear indicator of what's happening on Buchanan Street. So I say that for that reason. And the final thing I would say is it has been very difficult to get people civically engaged. You all know that. This is the first time in my 15-year career where people who do not pay attention have asked me, what do they need to do to register to vote? What do they need to do to impact council? So people are watching, y'all, and I just hope that you aren't doing this in favor to him, but in good belief of what you think is right.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Hello, I'm back again. My name is Valeria Lopez, but I wanted to make a statement. Councilman Taylor stated that this overlay is going to help the residents that have all of these grievances that consistently, they talk about noise, they talk about trash, or they talk about the nightlife of the club. But this overlay won't change that. Those of us that are grandfathered in, all this overlay is going to do for us is literally drive the police to us, literally get us a 1 strike, maybe a 2 strike, maybe 3 strikes, and then we're out because we're a nuisance at that point. What I'm stating is the same things that you're going to have to put in place to literally move this overlay to keep people in compliance is the same things that you can do right now. Like, there are ordinances for loud noise. Why do we need this overlay? Why do we need to test it in Buchanan? It's never been used before. So I'm like, at this point, why can't we just do our job? Why can't somebody do their job? Why is it okay for all of you to sit back there and literally use us as a testing ground for something that you're still going to have to do your job with?
All right, go ahead, come forward, please. You're recognized.
I'm gonna go fast. Good evening, my name is Stephanie. I'm a Nashville native, and I'm here to give my input on the overlay of Buchanan. I grew up in East Nashville, but I've been a resident in North Nashville since 2009. And in the mid to late 90s, Buchanan, as it has been for years, is a historic African-American commercial corridor. And I've seen growth of this area since becoming a resident. Being that Nashville is considered Music City that originated from the Fifth Jubilee Singers in 1870 tour, there are different areas throughout the city that cater to different genres of music. For example, Broadway is mostly country, and Murfreesboro Road, Knowlesville Road is Latino. And the North Nashville area is predominantly African-American music, which is jazz, R&B, and hip-hop. Okay, so none of the former areas that I just mentioned is being considered for a curfew again. I'm a Nashville native of 50 years and have yet to see a curfew placed on one certain area. Now, I know Nashville is growing fast and we have individuals, okay. Now I know Nashville's growing fast and we have individuals from all over the country that are seeking residency here, but it isn't fair to the natives or demographic of North Nashville for those coming to see the value of the property at a lower cost and assume that they could have the same environment as if they were to choose to habitat another part of the city. That being said, there's a small industry here that will be affected greatly if this bill is passed, meaning business owners, the employees, and the patrons of these businesses after 11 p.m. I ask as a productive native citizen of Nashville that this bill isn't passed, and just to give an analogy, you can't change Adidas to Jordans, okay? The place has always been vibrant. Now, I just got up because I live within this area right here. I only know as I've heard, and there's been nightclubs in this area. I haven't heard that, but I did hear a Taylor Swift concert at my home. Thank you. Please don't pass that.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good night.
Next, please.
Hello, my name is Kaya Crawford. I am originally from Chicago, and I moved here for TSU. And when I kind of left TSU, the club on Buchanan was like my first opportunity of getting outside of TSU. And that was my first opportunity of meeting the people I know now, creating the connections I have now, and really just venturing out. So outside of me working there, I also work at the school. I heard somebody mention John early. I work at that school as well. Both of them are in 2-block radius of each other. I have never heard any of my coworkers, none of my students speak about any of the clubs that's on Buchanan. And another thing that I want to mention is, you know, they saying about the trash and the noise. As far as the trash, I remember Minerva put together a community cleanup. I cannot recall anybody in here that claims they live in that neighborhood doing the same thing if they so concerned about the trash. as far as the noise and the violence, we implemented police. We had them in front of the club so that we could keep the crime down. Now, again, things are not perfect, but this bill does not mean they will be. The projects are still going to be there. It's still going to be the liquor store down the street. It's still going to be there. So with or without this ordinance, it's still going to be the same. So I don't understand the direct purpose of limiting what we can and cannot do, because not only, like, you all think it's helpful, but I don't think that you all are thinking about how harmful it is as well. It will affect a lot of people, like many of us said. Well, that's my time, but yeah.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition? Last call. All right, you're recognized.
How you doing? Robert Higgins once again. Mic check 1, 2. For everybody that voted yes, I just want to say that the council should be about the people. As you see, the people are here. It's houses next to, I also want to clear up something Councilman Taylor said about houses. This house is in Memphis. I have a venue in Memphis with a house right next to it, so that wasn't correct. But also, council is supposed to be about the people, and tonight the people are here. These are not outsiders. These are not agitators. These are residents, business owners, and members of the community who are directly affected by this. We keep hearing the word community used over and over again. Well, this is the community. The people standing here speaking tonight, this is who lives it every day. In other parts of the city, there are homes next to nightlife and businesses in places like 12 South and other neighborhoods, and those communities learn how to coexist. So it's difficult for many of us to understand why Buchanan Street is treated differently. I also want to say something honestly. This bill has caused division between people who I care a lot about, people I call friends, people who care about the same community, and many of us didn't know this conversation was happening until it was already moving forward. That's hard because the same community we say we are trying to save is divided by this bill now. If the council is wondering why there isn't always a massive turnout for things like this, sometimes because a large number of people simply don't agree with what's being proposed or not communicated well with. When issues directly affect us, though, we do show up. And tonight, you see, people are speaking up. The difficult part of many of us is feeling like those voices are not truly being heard. What I will say is this. Tonight taught me something important. It taught me that we do have a voice. And moving forward, I plan to continue to use mine. And I just ask that when we look back 10 years from now, when Buchanan Street may not look the same as it once did, remember these faces of the people who stood here tonight and spoke up against this bill and what they truly believed in. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition, I will declare the public hearing closed on 1169, and it's back to you, Councilman Taylor.
Thank you. I'd like to move the bill, please.
All right, is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
I would like to add and move a substitute, please.
Is there a second on the motion to substitute? Okay, go ahead. You want to share what the substitute does?
The substitute does exactly what the last substitute does. It's a single-family residential parcel. In the overlay, it has to be removed per the rules of the overlay.
Okay. Is there any discussion specifically on the motion to substitute? Ms. Sepulveda, do you seek to be recognized on the motion to substitute? She is shaking her head no. Anyone else on the motion to substitute? All right, seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, the substitute's on the bill. If you'd renew your motion, please.
Thank you. I'd like to renew my motion to move the substitute, please.
Well, actually, you're renewing your motion to approve.
To approve the bill as substitute.
As substitute. All righty, here we go. Now we're on to discussion. Anything you want to share, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is future looking. Existing businesses, I mean, this was an intent to make sure that existing businesses remain whole. We're future looking. I think I talked a little bit about clustering, right? We don't want a future vision with clustering of these businesses along the corridor. We've talked about the nightclub. The nightclub has the least restrictive spacing in the bill. Nightclubs could actually be, per law, in this bill, every single parcel in the overlay, right? So this isn't about nightlife and killing nightlife. This is about proximity. This is about creating opportunity for a community to thrive. It's about creating opportunities for us to listen to people who have told me that live in this community for over 30, 40. We had somebody that had the interstate come through their neighborhood. This is about listening to those people that have felt silenced for many, many years in North Nashville, even silenced by people that look just like them. And so this is exactly what this bill does, is as a representative, my goal is to represent my community. This has been a conversation for several years. If you've known me, I've been trying to figure this out. This is the most balanced approach that I could find to do this. Again, I'll renew my motion. Please respectfully ask for your vote.
All right, so we are on to discussion. There's a motion to approve on second reading as substituted. Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to speak very briefly. There was a comment made about COVID funds before and prioritizing them, and I just want to highlight that Councilmember Gamble and Representative Love served on the COVID-19 committee and the ARPA fund committee with me, and they specifically made sure to prioritize those funds for North Nashville, and they took painstaking steps to make sure that that happened, as did I for the immigrant community. And so I did want to speak to that. I also wanted to note that I did do an overlay for a part of my district in Limbar Wallace Road, in which I made sure that a storage unit, a cash app stores, more liquor stores, vape shops, et cetera, weren't going to be built in that area because there were rumors that one of the developers wanted to build that specifically in my district. My district has the largest Latino population in the city, and I did not want that being built in my community. So we put that overlay in my district several years ago now. I do want to say thank you to all the community members who came out. I know that it's very difficult to get people to participate. I do want to encourage you all, since this is just second reading, you all still have one more reading to go. You all have the opportunity to come together with your council member to figure out solutions from here to the next meeting. Maybe there can be solutions. Maybe you all can figure out if there can be community cleanups that are planned with the businesses, and you know that there's middle ground somewhere. There are definitely residents who have voiced their concerns, and I don't want that to be ignored. And so, you know, bashing the council member is not going to get that accomplished. And so you all have that opportunity from here until then. But I do want to acknowledge that I did do that in my district, and it worked. So I just didn't want that to go unnoticed.
Thank you, Ms. Sepulveda. Next, Councilmember Swar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I did not want a lot of things to get lost in the conversation because I think it's very important for us to clarify. Just as much as we have people that came to speak in opposition, there were people that wrote letters and contacted us that were in support. Most of this originated from community members, people that live there that made the complaint. But I asked the planning department, I pulled their recommendation to read this, and in making this decision, they actually look at peer cities. I think Councilmember Taylor talked about this. It's not so much that there is nightclub, it's that the nightclubs are right next to residences where people live. And the idea was that there has to be some distances between this that we don't have. This overlay may be new, but it's something that a lot of people want in the city, and Councilmember Taylor applied for it. So I wanted to say that this is not just, at least for myself and a lot of us, this is not just something we're doing just to support the council member. No, it's because there were so many community people that wanted this, that lives there, that are complaining about this. I want to echo what Councilmember Sandra Sepulveda said. Even the people that came in opposition, one thing that I heard again and again is that they were blindsided or they felt like they didn't know about it. Soon enough, I know somebody that has a business that was in opposition but changed their mind when they found out the facts. So I will encourage, and I will encourage my colleague to, before third reading, that another meeting with the community will be good to talk about it again and make sure that everybody understands what he does and what he doesn't do. Because I've heard some things about what it doesn't do that people talk about as well. So if the council member and the group will talk before the third reading, I think that would be great to explain. This is trying to balance the need of the residents and the businesses that are there and trying to find a way for everybody to coexist while we don't have that 300 to 500 feet that some of the other cities required. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suara. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized for discussion on the motion to approve as substituted on second reading? Mr. Harrell, given how the vote went last time, do you want to request a roll call at this time? Okay, we'll just do it by voice then. Okay, so Ms. Ellis has requested a roll call. It needs 3 seconds. Okay, all right, it will be a roll call vote then. Mr. Clerk, if you could please load the vote. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings with 35 votes in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention. So this will now be referred to the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Council on its 3rd reading at next meeting. All right. Next is Agenda Item 6, Ordinance BL 2026-1247, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for the properties located at 1905 and 1907 Ashton Avenue, approximately 337 feet south of John Millette Drive. This is 0.48 acres, all of which is described herein. Councilmember Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you. Request to open the public hearing.
All right. I'm going to let a few more folks kind of get into the aisle and out the door here just so we can make sure to see everybody in the gallery who is present. Thank y'all for coming out. Thank you for departing quietly. Okay, I think I have full visibility at this juncture. Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Kimbrough's Ordinance 1247. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right, Ms. Kimbrough, seeing no one seeking to be recognized on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next, these two can be taken together, are agenda items 7 and 8. The first is Ordinance BL 2026-1248 and its companion 1249, sponsors Vo and Horton, 1248 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from IWD to RM20ANS to SP zoning for properties located at 513 and 525 Merritt Avenue, 1300 and 1312 Martin Street, and 548 Hamilton Avenue at the northeastern corner of Martin Street and Hamilton Avenue. This is 4.03 acres and partially within the Wedgwood-Houston Chestnut Hill Urban Design Overlay District to permit a mixed-use development. And again, it's companion 1249, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at all the addresses that were mentioned in 1248. Mr. Horton, Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Vo and Horton's bills 1248 and 1249. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, do the persons here in support seek to be recognized to speak? They are shaking their heads no. And so with that, Mr. Horton, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on these bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve together 1248 and the companion 1249, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, these have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 9, Ordinance BL 2026-1250, sponsor Gregg. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from OL to MULANS zoning for property located at 408 Donaldson Pike, approximately 140 feet south of Lakeland Drive. This is 0.67 acres. Councilman Gray, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public meeting.
I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Gregg's ordinance 1250. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Mr. Gregg, seeing no one here seeking to be recognized on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
All right, it's properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any abstentions? Any noes? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 10, Ordinance BL 2026-1251, sponsor GAD. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from R8 to RS10 zoning for various properties located along Rolland Road, east of Wilson Boulevard and west of Carden Avenue. This is 2.4 acres. Ms. Gadd, you're recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the public meeting to be open.
Yep. I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Gadd's Bill 1258. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right. Seeing no one here in opposition, do the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak? All right, y'all are shaking your head no, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my constituents for being here tonight. This is something that they have worked on for the last several months, so very appreciative of them being here. And with that, I would ask for everyone's support.
All right. There is a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. Is there anyone else seeking discussion on Ms. Gadd's Bill 1251? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 11, Ordinance BL 2026-1252, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1704 River Drive, located approximately 280 feet west of River Court. This is 0.98 acres. Ms. Kimbrough, you're recognized.
Request to open the public hearing, please.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Kimbrough's Bill 1252. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized or to speak? He is shaking his head no. And so with that, Ms. Kimbrough, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you. I move for approval.
Okay? It's properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this is passed its second of 3 readings. Next are companions to each other, agenda items 12 and 13, sponsor Welsh. This is ordinance BL 2026-1262 and 1263. 1262 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS5 to SP zoning for properties located at 228 and 230 Alberta Street, at the corner of Burbank Avenue and Alberta Street. This is 0.56 acres to permit 5 multifamily residential units. And again, 1263, the companion, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at the addresses in Ordinance 1262. Ms. Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Welsh's bills 1262 and 1263. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? All right, I see that someone here is in opposition. Knowing that, do the persons in support seek to be recognized? Okay, persons in support will speak first and those in opposition after. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Members of the council, my name is Michael Garrigan. I'm an engineer with Dell & Associates, 516 Heather Place. This lot is a bit unique in that it's a corner lot and it's extraordinarily deep. It also has an improved alley for access. What we're proposing is to maintain one of the homes and build 4 new homes. The concerns that we heard, which were very minimal, but and easily just took some explanation essentially. The community did not want tall and skinnies, so these are limited to 2 stories and they're wider single-family homes. The community did not want short-term rentals; those are prohibited. The community wanted to preserve the trees along Burbank Avenue, so we've set the houses back and accessed them from the rear so that we can maintain the existing mature trees along that frontage. Essentially, those were the only concerns we heard, and like I said, once we had the discussion of them, all we've heard is support since then. So we ask for your support, and thank you very much.
All right. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in support? Seeing none, we'll move to those wishing to speak in opposition. Go ahead. You are recognized.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Barbara Clinton. I lived in the 16th district in this district on Peachtree Street for the last 40 years. And I've been very active in the neighborhood for most of those years, not every single year though. This is a historically very modest neighborhood. It's right off Nolensville Road. Most of you are probably familiar with the fact that it traditionally housed railroad workers and working class people. Now has a large number of senior citizens in the neighborhood. The fact that it's a relatively low-income neighborhood, one of the few remaining modest neighborhoods in our city, has made it possible for us to attract a wide, diverse population. So we've got lots of wonderful restaurants and a very diverse set of residents in the neighborhood. There is a developer who for many years has salivated looking at the neighborhood because of its low cost. And he's now proposing to put 5 multifamily homes on 2 lots that currently have 1 duplex and 1 single family home. So it radically changes the character of those very quiet, modest blocks. There's nothing like this development currently in that area. As the vice chair of 16th District United, we've been doing surveys in the neighborhood to determine what people are looking for and what they're concerned about. And one of the surprises to us has been the extensive concern about flooding in the neighborhood. And the flooding that we're seeing is largely from the construction of, it's true, tall skinnies or buildings with a lot of concrete around them that no longer have the lawn to absorb the rainwater. And so the water rolls down to the house below it or around it.
Your time has expired. Your
Sorry,
time has
thank
expired.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on these bills. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Welsh. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to approve with a brief explanation.
All right, there is a motion to approve 1262 and its companion 1263. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. This development is going to be maintaining a house that's been in the neighborhood quite a long time, taking down another house that basically is uninhabitable and putting up 4 additional houses, which will be having access to the houses off the alley in the back. And the houses are going to be priced for first-time home buyers, so it's going to be staying within the price point of the neighborhood and keeping it affordable. It was a big concern for individuals that they might become Airbnbs and things like that, but as we know, that's not allowed in residential areas, and so we don't have that concern. But this is going to bring, when the choice lanes come into my district, we are going to be losing 28 houses as it currently stands with the state of Tennessee, and so this is just the beginning to start making up for the housing that we're going to lose, and hopefully we can keep some of the people who will be losing their houses in houses like these once we get this development completed. So I ask my colleagues to support. I renew my motion to approve. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion on these 2 bills on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. Oh, Mr. Eastlick, would you record him as an abstention, Mr. Clerk? Thank you. All right, 1262 and 1263 have passed their second of 3 readings. Next, our agenda items 14 and 15, sponsor Toombs. They are companions to each other. The first is ordinance BL 2026-1264, and its companion 1265. 1264 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 1004 and 1104 Cass Street at the northwest corner of Cass Street and Owen Street. This is 0.38 acres to permit 8 multifamily residential units. And again, the companion bill 1265, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings at the addresses mentioned in 1264. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Toombs bills 1264 and 1265. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized or speak? He is shaking his head no, and so with that, Ms. Toombs, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bills.
Move for approval.
All right. There's a motion to approve 1264 and its companion 1265. It was properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. These have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 16, Ordinance BL 2026-1266, sponsor Harrell. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from AR2A to RM15 ANS zoning for properties located at 4046 and 4060 Murfreesboro Pike, approximately 399 feet southwest of Maxwell Road. This is 10.12 acres and within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District. Councilmember Harrell, you are recognized, sir.
Madam Vice Mayor, I would like to open public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Harrell's Bill 1266. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, did the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized? Nope. All right, with that, Mr. Harrell, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
I'd like to move forward with approval.
Okay. There's a motion to approve, and it's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 17, Ordinance BL 2026-1267, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 307 Joyner Avenue, located approximately 164 feet west of Burbank Avenue. This is 0.17 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Welsh's Bill 1267. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right, seeing no one here on either side, Ms. Welsh, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to approve.
All right, there's a motion to approve 1267, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 18, Ordinance BL 2026-1268, sponsored Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RM20A to SP zoning for properties located at 3B, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13A, 13B, 13C, 13D, Fern Avenue, and 101, 103, 105, and 107 Elmhurst Avenue at the northeast and northwest corners of Elmhurst Avenue and Fern Avenue. This is 0.61 acres to permit all uses of the RM20A zoning district and not owner-occupied short-term rentals. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Toombs's Bill 1268. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right. Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized? All right. He is shaking his head no. Former council member, the Honorable Scott Davis. Hello, sir. Okay, it's back to you then. I declare the public hearing closed. Ms. Toombs, for a motion.
Move for approval.
All right. There is a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 2 readings, or rather 3. It's already a little late. Okay. Agenda Item 19, Ordinance BL 2026-1269, sponsor Parker. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by amending a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 1085 Zophie Street, approximately 215 feet west of Gallatin Pike, zoned R6. This is 0.21 acres within a neighborhood landmark overlay district to add personal care services as a permitted use. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Parker's Bill 1269. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the person here in support seek to be recognized or speak? Shaking their head no. With that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 20, Ordinance BL 2026-1270, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 505 Patterson Street, located approximately 125 feet west of Meade Avenue. This is 0.34 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Welsh's Bill 1270. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the person here in support seek to be recognized or speak? Shaking their head no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to approve.
All right. Is there a second? All right. It's properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. This has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 21, Ordinance BL 2026-1271, sponsor Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from IWD to MUGNS zoning for property located at 50 Vantage Way, located at the corner of French Landing Drive and Vantage Way. This is 3.43 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Toombs's Bill 1271. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the person here in support seek to be recognized? Shaking their head no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Toombs.
Move for approval.
All right, there's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 22, Ordinance BL 2026-1272, sponsors Vo and Horton. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from R8 to R6A zoning for property located at 1106 West Grove Avenue, approximately 79 feet west of 11th Avenue South. This is 0.17 acres. Councilman Horton, Chair, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Vo's Bill 1272. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Chair Horton, for a motion on this bill.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstentions? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 23, Ordinance BL 2026-1273, sponsors Coupin and Stiles. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, to make various changes to the Downtown Code, DTC, all of which is described herein. Councilmember Coupin, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I was wondering if we could take up item 23 and 34 back to back. 23 is the text amendment, and then 34 is the rezoning for the parcels itself. So they're related.
They are related. Is there any objection subsequent to so we're going to take them separately, Mr. Coupin, but you're just asking them to be taken sequentially. We can get to that after 23, but just for clarity, is there any objection to pulling item 34, which is related to 23, forward such that it follows agenda item 23? Any objection? All right, so moved. It will happen. Let's proceed then first with agenda item 23.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Coupin's Ordinance 1273. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right. So there are persons here in opposition. Given that, do persons here in support seek to speak and be recognized? Persons speaking in support will go first. Does anyone in support of the bill wish to speak? If so, please come forward. All right. Persons speaking in opposition will follow those in support. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. David Byerly. So nice to see many of you we've spoken to in the past. In 1998, I first drove by this site. In 99, I attended a game and I pointed over and said, one day I want to buy that scrapyard. And here we are a few years later, as many desired, and we were able to do that. Right time, right place, and it is my belief that both we have a place in the market that has a great need. It is also missional for me. This is why at this point more than 100 local Middle Tennesseans, especially Nashvillians, have locked arms to see something beautiful happen on this site after being kind of removed from the public's hand for about 75 years now. And I believe it should be a place for families. I have great friends that own bars on Broadway, and I'm all for it. I love great music. I have a history of it myself. But I believe Broadway ends at the river, and when we cross over that river, it should be for families. I believe family entertainment, family living, and businesses, essential retail, and things of this nature. And this has been our story. It's very easy for me to speak without notes because I've only got one story to remember. And we appreciate all the support that has been shown for this project. We've got good work to do. And it's moving pretty quickly. So that it appears it's moving pretty quickly. But the fact is, we've been working intently on this project following, imagine, East Bank's plan, and been working and planning on this site for almost 5 years now. And so thank you so much for your support, and to our community and to our Councilman Jacob Coupin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
All right, good evening. I'm Chris Weinman. I live with my family in District 6. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the East Bend Subdistrict. I appreciate the ownership's group's efforts to work closely with Metro Planning throughout the entitlements phase of this project. They've used a team of locally known as well as internationally renowned consultants, and they're beginning to imagine a neighborhood from thin air. We know that density must be a hallmark of this area, and we should embrace that. Like most of the East Bank, the East Bend plan is a work in progress, but I'm encouraged by how it prioritizes the public realm. Features such as a dedicated pedestrian promenade from KVB to the river, with the potential to be lined with retail, restaurant, and neighborhood activity, will help make the area feel lively and safe at human scale. I am a frequent bike commuter into downtown via Davidson Street. We all know this area is currently an industrial wasteland. So whether it's dodging semi-trucks or rolling over metal shards or avoiding clouds of brown smoke from the O'Neill Steel plant, this is seldom a very pleasant place to ride, even with the separation of the current cycle track. I believe that the streets can be designed for people within the context of the zoning that this vote will put in place. I do sincerely hope that NDOT and planning will push further to champion true multimodal infrastructure in this subdistrict and throughout the entirety of the East Bank. This is a transformational opportunity. Passing these two pieces of legislation are important steps toward realizing a vibrant, human-centered neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. Excuse me, my name is Joe Farrell. I live at 1179 Pinnock Circle, Brentwood, Tennessee, 37027, and I'm with the Congress Group. We were the developers of the Four Seasons Hotel and Private Residence in Nashville, and are actively working on several really substantial sites within the urban core, which includes residential. We are big believers in Nashville and its livability within the urban core, having an early adopter and delivering 144 for-sale residents on 2nd Avenue at a time that was unheard of. Over the years since we began that project, downtown Nashville has continued to add more residences and more amenities that make it a fully realized and dynamic place to live. The redevelopment of the East Bank, and importantly, the transformation of the scrapyard, is a vibrant neighborhood that delivers public amenities and a generational opportunity for the city. When we think of forward-looking vision that benefits all residents of Nashville, the East Bend's proposed activities of the riverfront and commitment to open spaces is precisely what Nashville needs. The East Bend proposes 40% of the central riverfront to remain open space, as well as a 75-foot riverwalk, 2 50-foot green corridors, public access easements in perpetuity, and offers great open space embedded in the zoning. Juxtaposing the future of the East Bend against what's currently set in the site for decades, what an exciting and wonderful opportunity this is for the city of Nashville. So I also urge to support BL 2026-1284 and 1273. This turns 60 years of an industrial site into a neighborhood built for Nashville families with strict design standards, protected open space, and the housing our city desperately needs. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. You're next. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Matthew Payne. I've been a Nashville resident for over 25 years.
Could you step just a little closer to the mic or pull it up towards you? Yeah, that's okay.
I've been a Nashville resident for over 25 years. I've seen unbelievable growth in this community since I moved here as a teenager. My wife and I have seen and been involved in a lot of the growth. We own businesses. We have helped develop properties. We have done many things to hopefully add value to the community. And when I see what has happened with that scrapyard, it's something that I vividly remember some of the first days I moved to town. And I asked myself, why in the middle of downtown is there this piece of land? I think everything that's going on is needed. I think most importantly, as a father, I personally would love a place downtown that I can take my family and not be surrounded by bars. And I love the significant amount of the ordinance that say in regards to adult entertainment, et cetera, in the area. It's very important to me. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Richie Jones. I live at 1903 Holly Street in East Nashville and been there for 23 years. I'm here tonight as a landscape architect and partner at Hodgson Douglas Landscape Architects, also located in East Nashville, to talk specifically about how the East Bend Framework Plan aligns with Imagine East Bank Master Plan. We were on that consultant team that crafted Imagine East Bank with planning, And I think when we crafted that almost 5 years ago, this was the type of development we envisioned happening on the East Bank. The East Bend Framework Plan aligns with the Imagine East Bank plan in 4 key ways: family, neighborhood, and livability, mobility and connectivity, best practice stormwater and resilience, and celebrating the Cumberland River. In terms of family, neighborhood, and livability, the plan delivers a true mixed-use neighborhood consistent with East Bank's vision for walkable, family-oriented districts. Family first is how this team is looking at this neighborhood. From a mobility and connectivity standpoint, the plan prioritizes pedestrian and bicycle connectivity aligned with East Bank's multimodal framework, including East Bank Boulevard. From a best practice stormwater and resilience standpoint, Imagine East Bank emphasized cleaning and keeping the water on site with a district-wide strategy. This plan will go a long way toward realizing that. And then finally, celebrating the Cumberland River. This plan activates the river edge as a public asset with accessible, inclusive waterfront open space, which I think is one of the more exciting things about this plan. So as a professional, a neighbor, and consultant, I think this plan really aligns with Imagine East Bank, and we're excited about its possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. Doug Sloan. I just want to emphasize what Richie just talked about, and that is all the effort that went into Imagine East Bank Vision Plan and the community efforts that the planning department went through and the council members who were involved in it to get that written, to create a vision for the East Bank. When David Byerly came to me and asked me to be a part of his team, I was thrilled. I was thrilled for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is I've had a number of mayors ask me, what are we going to do about the scrapyard? How do we deal with the scrapyard? How do we get rid of the scrapyard, quite frankly, and those industrial uses that are in that area, and make this a more friendly place for Nashville and for East Nashville to get down to the river. And time after time, we've failed at that. Before you stands the opportunity to fix that and to make this not only a great neighborhood, but a neighborhood that connects East Nashville to the river. The plans that you see before you that the planning department worked with us to finally put together has an incredible amount of open space and networks, transportation networks that aren't just about cars, but are about bicycles and about pedestrians, to the point that we've elevated, we're trying to elevate the boulevard so that there's not a conflict between the pedestrian environment and the vehicles. We've been very thoughtful all the way through this, and as we move into the next phase where we are working on the MCSP and the changes that will occur there, we're working closely with BPAC, we're working closely with Walk Bike Nashville. We want them sitting at the table with us and Vision Zero while we go through how we allocate that open space. One of the biggest things that got me on board with David was that he said that this is going to be neighborhood focused. There'll be entertainment portions, but the majority of it are going to be neighborhood focused, and we need that good urban neighborhood downtown. So thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized in support? Okay. With that, we will transition. If there are folks wishing to speak in opposition, you can come forward at this time.
I know you must get tired of me, but you know, I have a long memory, and I want to remind you that you actually passed a zoning change for along the Cumberland River between downtown and Shelby Park. There were Scientologists. I'm only mentioning this. I have nothing against I question some Scientology stuff. But anyway, those folks came here. They gave you an incredible plan. They worked with the Planning Commission. This was this whole thing they were going to do. It was a zoning change request. You gave it, like the plan was amazing, right? You approved it. And what did they do? They did exactly what we said they were going to do. They flipped the property. What they wanted was to build very tall buildings. It's probably going to happen along the river, but it's not going to be the folks who came to you for the zoning change. They wanted the extra money that they got because all of a sudden that property was worth more money because of the zoning change. So I'm really encouraging you to look closely at these questions that are being put in front of you. I went to one of the Councilperson Coupin's. I went to the first one that was held in the community. First time I ever saw Steiner Lift property was 1981. I was shocked. I will tell you that one of the issues with the hearing and one of the issues with this proposal is that there's questions that are not being addressed. For instance, at the meeting we were told there were fewer toxins on the site than they had expected, but they failed to tell us what were the toxins on this site? What are we talking about fewer? I don't know how much you think is there, but I'm really concerned about putting residential there when you don't know what it is. The other thing is we were promised downtown was not going to be jumped over to East Nashville. This is jumping downtown across the river. This was promised to us not to happen over many years. That's what's happening. We got the stadium property. We still don't know ultimately what's happening on that property. We get this expectation. They said it's not going to be affordable housing. What do we want there? Like, what are we saying? Our community would like affordable housing. That's not what this is. More comments, but that's what I'm going to stop with. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, good evening. My name is Heather Fitzgerald, and I manage government relations for Citgo Petroleum. We're not necessarily opposed to this bill. We do have some concerns, and thank you for allowing me to share those with you tonight. Citgo Petroleum Corporation owns and operates petroleum products, a terminal at 720 South 2nd Street along the north side of Cumberland River. Citgo has proudly supplied the Nashville market with petroleum products since the 1940s. We do want to register our concerns with the rezoning of property near Citgo's Nashville terminal to downtown code. Citgo is concerned that the downtown code may result in development, which in turn may cause issues for the terminal. In particular, we're concerned that the development near the terminal may cause increased traffic congestion. For this reason, in the event of development near its facilities, Citgo would like to request the following be considered. Conduct a comprehensive traffic and safety study to include establish current traffic and safety benchmarks for the area, conduct traffic modeling using data from the study to forecast future conditions, and recommend effective traffic management solutions that will ensure the safety of both the community and the terminal operations for approved zone. Additionally, as part of the development plan, we request a stoplight at 2nd Street and Davidson for safety reasons. Keep construction equipment and construction vehicles off of 2nd Street during area development so customer fuel trucks can maintain flow to and from the terminal. And finally, ensure fire department and other emergency responders has access to the terminal and they can obtain. Thank you so much, and we appreciate being partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Francis Finland, and I am not an investor, a developer, or a business representative. I'm merely a resident, a longtime resident of District 6 in East Nashville. I'm speaking tonight to convey my concerns and reservations about the proposed East Bend rezoning. Like many of my neighbors, I'm learning more about this project more recently than I'd like and have some concerns. There have been a flurry of text threads, conversations over waits at the local YMCA, conversations while our kids play in the street and we watch them on their scooters over the past couple of weeks. And so I'm here to speak a little bit about that. I really look forward to the scrapyards redevelopment. I'm excited for what development of the property makes possible, but I am very uneasy about the lack of guardrails in this proposed rezoning to protect our neighborhood's infrastructure, environment, and character, as well as the lack of binding agreements to increase our neighborhood's affordability for residents and small business owners alike. Tonight, I'm asking you to reject this rezoning proposal unless binding amendments are added that protect our community and realize the opportunity this property offers for our city. I support thoughtful, intentionally designed density that creates opportunities for more neighbors and local businesses. However, I cannot support a plan that towers over the existing neighborhood, Proposing a minimum of 14 parcels that are 40 stories tall on just 47 acres is entirely out of scale. Its least significant impact might be on transit infrastructure, and with years of experience navigating the Edgefield neighborhood and Shelby exits on a Titans game day, I know adding this level of unchecked density will create a traffic nightmare that traps East Nashville residents or causes significant delays just getting home. More significantly, buildings at this scale will default to luxury or hospitality spaces. Let's welcome tourists, but avoid building only for them. We need limits on building scale and hotel keys and requirements for missing middle housing. Specifically, I'm asking for a neighborhood, not a tourist zone, middle housing insured, local businesses prioritized, and safety for walk and biking. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Lindsay and I live off Petway Avenue in District 5. The sale of the scrapyard is exciting for all of us. This is a defining opportunity for the East Bank. We're asking you to support an amendment that aligns with the Imagine East Bank vision. Don't let a lane flip replace the East Nashville community vision. The primary reason this proposal fails is traffic inversion. The Imagine East Bank vision warned that current interchanges already create a spillover effect on the East Nashville streets. It recommends redesigning these intersections to reduce traffic on local roads before we allow large-scale growth. However, the current proposal does the exact opposite. An earlier speaker referenced the 14 parcels over 40 stories. For context, the Batman building is 33. This concentration generates the most traffic exactly where the East Bank vision warned us it would be the most dangerous, at the Shelby Avenue bottleneck. When you put that much commuter volume in a subdistrict East Shelby Bend, you aren't building a neighborhood for Nashvillians. You're building a permanent gridlock that will flood our residential streets with cut-through traffic. We have one chance to get this right. Please amend appropriately. Let's build an East Bank we can all enjoy.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Cale Schmidt. I live in District 6. I'm here because I believe in the Imagine East Bank Vision Plan, a plan we spent 2 years building together. That plan promised a stair-step height transition to respect the river. This proposal ignores that alignment, placing 40-story sheer walls near the bridge. This isn't about growth or density, which I definitely support. It's truly a breach of the community contract. We need to be honest about what 40 stories actually does to a neighborhood. You cannot build 40-story towers and provide affordability. The construction costs are so high that the ground floor rents will be astronomical. That means our local makers and small businesses are priced out before they can even open. East Bend will be a generic canyon of national chains and luxury hotels that no local resident can afford to shop in or live in. The Imagine East Bank plan already gave us the answer. We are asking the council to mirror the IDA standards and reducing the minimum stories to keep them at 4 to 7 stories. This lower scale construction allows for missing middle housing and creates affordable retail bays where Nashville startups actually have a chance to survive. Let's ensure that East Bank remains a neighborhood for Nashvillians. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello.
You're
My name is
recognized.
Patterson Finland. I live with my family on South 11th Street, District 6. Like my much more eloquent compatriots here, especially my sister, I am concerned, to say the least, about the lack of guardrails, the impact on infrastructure, and the towering canyon of 40-story buildings. It just seems unnecessary and out of keeping with what we're trying to do on the east side of the river. So I'll leave it at that, but I would hope that we will amend and take this opportunity seriously to do this the right way.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek to be recognized to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Mr. Coupin, for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval.
All right. There is a motion to approve, properly seconded. Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to, before discussion, move the substitute, please.
Okay. There's a motion to substitute, properly seconded. Anything you want to say about the substitute?
Just that this brings what the Planning Commission discussed onto the bill at their last commission. There's a couple of other conditions, including addressing some of the concerns Sitco brought up, putting that on the bill.
Okay. Is anyone, so we're on a motion to substitute. Is anyone in the queue specifically seeking to be recognized on the motion to substitute? I'm seeing head shakes no. Ms. Evans on the motion to substitute? Nope. Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion to substitute? Mr. Horton? No, sir? Okay. All right. Well, seeing no one seeking to be recognized on the motion to substitute, we'll move to the vote. All in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. If you'd renew your motion, please.
Renew motion to move as substituted. Or to move as substituted.
To approve as substituted, sure. Okay, is there a second for that? I see it. All right, and so we're on to discussion. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to everyone who came out to speak both for and against, and a special thank you to David Byerly and his team. This is a massive undertaking. I've only been in Nashville 13 years, but I've heard that it feels like more like 130 years that this scrapyard's been around and been something that we've wondered what's going to happen to it. So I'm really excited to be a very small part of this really exciting project and effort. And you've heard Imagine East Bank referred to a number of times. I first really dove into it through the Fallon deal, and now have dove deep into it again the last couple of weeks for this deal as well. And there's really great engagement and goals and ideals in there that I think we want to continue to analyze projects through and analyze this project through. There's two items before you tonight. The one that we're on right now is an expansion of the downtown code. Later you'll hear a bill rezoning the neighborhood to this new downtown code. Downtown code, for many who may not have engaged with this a lot, is a form-based zoning code. So I've told people this is kind of like the first half of an SP. So we're not prescribing exactly what the building's going to look like and exactly how tall and exactly where it's going to turn, but it does give style and massing direction to it. And so we've done a lot of community engagement around this. We've had I've had two community meetings, planning commission meetings. My colleagues, Councilman Cap, Benedict, and Parker are going to have a meeting this Thursday. And again, I want to remind my colleagues that this bill is also amendable on third reading. And so I think it's important to me to continue to have the community engagement. I think that people are really excited about it. Even the folks that you've heard in opposition are not opposed that I've heard to the scrapyard becoming something spectacular, but want time to engage with it. And I also, it's really important to me, I've said this throughout multiple of the East Bank developments, to make sure that East Nashville does have a voice in this process. And I know my colleagues have heard from their constituents that they'd like a little bit more time, and I want to respect that. So with all that being said, what I would like to do is to move to pass today on second reading, but then move to defer third reading until April 7th. But I'm not sure if this is part of the official motion or at the request of the planning chair to have this be heard at the March 16th Planning Commission meeting, such that we can discuss it. There are amendments proposed, talk through that, but then have it on April 7th, if I've gotten those dates correct, I believe. So motion to approve on second and then defer third to the first Tuesday meeting in April, which I believe is the 7th.
All right, so you are amending your motion such that it is a motion to approve on second as substituted, with third reading deferred to the meeting of April 7th. And Mr. Cuban, are you comfortable just then with saying you would like to request the planning and zoning chair have a discussion about this prior to April 7th?
So I'm comfortable asking the planning chair if he'd be willing to add this to the March 16th Planning and Zoning Committee meeting as a discussion item.
Okay, special counsel, that is a super specific motion. I know we have a little bit of a precedent in that regard where we deferred out something and we wanted to have a preliminary discussion as it related to amendments. So can you just advise how to make sure we're doing this in proper order, please, sir?
Yes, Vice Mayor. At this point, upon reviewing the minutes from the last time this discussion happened, the proper motion would be to approve on, or a proper motion would be to approve on second and then defer third to the meeting of April 7th. while the request is entirely valid, it may not be part of the formal motion.
Okay. Is that okay with you? And then y'all can kind of work it out with special counsel as to the appropriateness of notice to have the preliminary or additional discussion in the meantime?
That sounds great. Thank you.
Is that okay with you, Chair Horton? Not going to paint you into a corner on the specifics, but just that y'all will work that out. Okay. All right. So we've got a motion now, which is to pass on second as substituted and defer third reading to April 7th. And we are on to discussion now at this juncture. Okay. First in the queue is Councilmember Parker. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'm rising in support of the complicated motion that was just put before us. As Councilmember Coupin said, we've got a meeting that Councilmember Cap scheduled on the east side that Councilmember Benedict and I will be joining Thursday at Kirkpatrick Community Center at 6 o'clock. So I'd encourage specifically east side folks to come join that, but anybody who wants to come discuss the proposal, share concerns, give feedback, any of that kind of stuff, I'd encourage y'all to come join us. So, we've talked a lot about the Imagine East Bank plan here, and the Imagine East Bank plan was a really huge endeavor to get all that through. I do want to just make sure that folks are aware that a lot of what we were focused on with the Imagine East Bank plan was publicly owned land. So we were able to do things both in the priorities of that document and then in the agreements that we made with regard to specific Metro-owned parcels in that area with regards to affordability and programming and whatnot. And we're just not capable of using zoning to accomplish a lot of that. So we can do things like bonus programs for affordability, but we can't dictate affordability. We can't dictate, oh, you have to have a grocery store here. We can do things like form and controlling uses and modal hierarchy. And so those are the things that I think there might be room to dig in a little bit more on this stuff to make sure that the form is kind of reflective of what we've already approved on the initial development area with Imagine East Bank. Uses, I don't know, I don't have a super clear grasp on if there's any controls over like how much of this could be hotel under this plan. We're not necessarily looking for like Harmony Corinne's 2012 Spring Bakers vibe in this area. We want it to be a neighborhood. The developers have said they want it to be a neighborhood, family oriented, housing options for families. And on the modal hierarchy, that's something that I specifically want us to dig a little bit closer into in the Imagine East Bank planning documents. And specifically early on in that process, what we heard from the then chair of INDOT, the then director of INDOT, and lots of other folks was this was going to be this very walkable, bikeable, pedestrian forward thing. But then through the planning process, as we've gotten kind of glimpses into proposed cross sections and whatnot, folks have had a lot of concerns about what they're seeing. So I want to see, is there ways that we can either kind of lock in that modal hierarchy in the zoning, or at least make sure that we've got sort of public touch points, that we've got that process where those changes, those choices are made, those changes are decided, that we do have some public visibility into that process, whether that's at this body, at other oversight bodies that exist in Metro, just making sure that we are building an urban neighborhood and not a suburban destination. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next in the queue is Councilmember Benedict. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm rising in support of the motion. I appreciate that the sponsor is willing to defer this out to, especially so the East Side, the East Side council members here have received a lot of questions and feedback about this. I really appreciate hearing from both sides tonight. And I really like hearing from the applicant side of things, what they envision for the area. And I want to make sure, when we talk about, the promenade and the raising of things and, all the street, the MSCP. I always get that one wrong.
MCSP.
Thank you. That's
Major
the right
and Collector
order.
Street Plan.
It's only 6 years in, I still get those
all the
four
acronyms.
letters. Yeah. So, I love the idea of making it family friendly and, making sure that it's about about pedestrians more than cyclists. I just want to make sure that that's what's in the bill. And so I think that this gives us the opportunity, this deferral gives us the opportunity to talk with the public and make sure that the things that they want to see here, that were a part of that vision plan, are actually incorporated into the legislation. So I'm looking forward to hearing that feedback. Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for sharing the details of the meeting on Thursday. And of course, thank you again to the sponsor for the additional look at this in committee on the 16th for the request, and to the committee chair for that. So looking around the room to all you guys. But again, I'm supportive of this motion and look forward to hearing from the public some more. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Cap, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to second and reiterate everything that my neighbors have said, and I am here to speak in favor of the motion on the floor. I'm particularly grateful to Councilmember Coupin for moving this deferral because there is an all-East community meeting on the 5th, again, 6 p.m., Kirkpatrick Community Center. But every day between that day and the next committee meeting is spring break. And so the East Side needs time to discuss this, and we need to hear from the folks on the East Side. Of course, the land under discussion is in District 19, but what happens there will affect East Side neighborhoods in a direct way. It's significant for the region, but it's a neighborhood issue for folks on the East Side. And so it's been a priority for me all along to try to make sure to elevate and channel the East Side voice into discussions about the East Bank. And I'm grateful to Councilmember Coupin for allowing that to happen. I think committee discussion will also be particularly useful. The values that I'm bringing to this are the same that I always have. We should be building a neighborhood for Nashvillians. We should not be jumping Broadway across the river. And we should be building significant places like this in ways that are friendly and accessible and safe to modes of transportation that are not cars. That kind of stuff has to happen before the buildings get built. We got to establish those patterns. We do not want to induce another downtown's worth of car traffic into the East Bank. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity, and I look forward to developing the East Side voice into that conversation. Again, I support the motion, and thanks to Councilmember Coupin for making it. See everybody on Thursday.
All right, Councilmember Horton, Planning and Zoning Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. In response to the district council member's request, I would be happy to have this and on the agenda as a discussion item at our next Planning and Zoning Committee meeting. In order for us to use this time as productively as possible, request any interested council members to please bring any considered amendments for discussion at that committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to also thank the sponsor for building in some time for us to have some discussion. And just to elevate one thing that I intend to talk about, one of the speakers mentioned here was simply the plan in the East Bank process that's already been put in place to step down to the river. That's not totally included in this new point, and I hope that that's a conversation we will continue to discuss as we talk about potential amendments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Allen. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized for discussion? All right. Ms. Benedict, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. One thing I wanted to point out to the public, because there were requests and we're talking about amendments, this bill, for the public to understand, is amendable on third reading. So just because if it passes tonight on second doesn't mean that it's like other bills. Those amendments that we're talking about are something that we can put on bills that with zoning bills that we can on other bills. So thank you.
Yes, all Title 17 bills, zoning legislation goes to committee on third reading and is amendable then, and can be deferred innumerable times for purposes of refinement. So thank you for adding that to the discussion. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will move to the vote. Again, this is a motion to approve on second as substituted with a deferral of third reading to the meeting of April 7th. And you've heard the Planning and Zoning Chair confer around amendments and the discussion that will happen at the next Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, which will be on March 16th. Is there any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. This has passed its second of three readings, the third of which will be on April 7th. All right, okay. As you heard, Councilmember Coupin sponsor request, and there was no objection prior. The related matter, agenda item 34, also related to East Bend, will be pulled forward at this time for consideration. So again, that's agenda item 34, ordinance BL 2026-1284. Sponsor Coupin. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from IG to DTC, that is again downtown code, zoning for various properties located east of Korean Veterans Boulevard and south of Sylvan Street. This is 40.96 acres. Mr. Coupin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Coupin's Bill 1284. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Okay. I see one person in opposition. Can you share, person in opposition, are you going to seek to be recognized to speak? Okay, so those folks in support, knowing that someone in opposition intends to speak, folks in support always speak first. Thus, if one of you wants to come forward, and I see that happening now, you have the podium first. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Doug Sloan again. And thank you, Councilman, for moving the bill forward. We very much appreciate that. We also have heard from the other council members in East Nashville and their desire to have community meetings within their district. We're anxious to have those. We think that we have a fantastic plan and we want to publish it as much as possible. And we want to be able to answer questions. So we look forward to the meeting on Thursday. And we hope that it'll have a lot of people turn out. If you have questions, my email is dsloan, DSLOAN @thompsonburton.com. And please send me those questions so that we can make sure that we are there. We have the right people at the meeting to be able to answer those questions. We really do mean what we say. We're anxious for you to see the development that we've gone through with the planning department and how neighborhood focused and how pedestrian and bicycle friendly everything is that we've done. I do also want to recognize Councilman Nash, and the reason is when he worked in this area with the police department, he pointed out a lot of problems that we had, and that some of those were derived from some of the businesses that we had in the area. Not that we don't need scrap yards, but sometimes they became part of the problem. And we believe that changing this industrial land into a neighborhood with businesses that people can go to, with grocery stores and things that serve the community will be a much better improvement than what we've had there for almost a century, and that the community in East Nashville has had to endure for almost a century. So thank you for your time. Look forward to seeing you on Thursday. Thank you.
All right. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in support? I would also just add and advise the public, if you are emailing the developer's representative, you would probably want to CC your district council member, first name, last name @nashville.gov, so they are likewise aware of what you are elevating or your questions, okay? All right, now we will move to persons wishing to speak in opposition. You are recognized.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of additional comments. The developer said, and maybe he misspoke, that what they wanted was a good neighborhood downtown. This is not downtown. I'm just going to remind you, it's not downtown. It's on the other side of the river. We've always been promised downtown was not going to be jumped over the river. That is what's happening now. The other thing, in 2013, Kelly Poole was a lawyer with the Tennessee Environmental Council at the time. And her group and another one had filed a federal lawsuit that argued that PSC Metals had violated the Federal Clean Water Act by repeatedly allowing harmful pollutants to flow into the Cumberland River. I really want you folks to really examine this question about what is the soil there. Now, they told us at that first community meeting. It is very easily to take off that topsoil. We know what happens with environmental issues and the degradation of the soil. That means the environment there. Putting buildings on there without a really clear environmental research around that place and letting the community know. I mean, I would suggest just covering with grass and letting it, sit there. But I realize that this is very valuable property. There was one other thing I wanted to mention. Oh, yeah. I appreciate that there's public meetings, but I don't appreciate that it's like we were sort of told these are good guys. They sort of said, we're really nice people. This is our vision. I want to remind you, along the river, we were told this is a great plan. It meets everything around the Nashville Next template, and nothing has happened with that property because they're waiting again, probably to resell that. We have to be really very careful that when we're being sold on what's going to be done, that it is what's best for us in this community. And high rises, they didn't even talk about that at that first. They didn't even say how high the buildings were going to be, just they were going to be high. So I think we really need to examine this closely. Thank you.
All right. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized in opposition? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill, Mr. Coupin.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move approval, please.
All right. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Go ahead, sir.
Move the substitute. Is there a substitute on this?
You don't have a substitute.
No substitute on this one.
Yeah.
Then I would like to can I remake the complicated motion, or do you want me to restate the?
Okay, yeah, because I was wondering.
It'll need to track with the other bill.
Yeah. So if you're going to move approval on second.
Yeah, so I'd like to move approval on second and then defer third reading to the meeting of April 7th with the same request to the planning chair to include this discussion on the next planning zoning.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. This has passed its second of 3 readings. And the third reading will be April 7th. Okay. And all that other stuff. Okay, now we're going to go back in to regular order, and the next bill is agenda item 24. This is ordinance BL 2026-1274, sponsors Welsh and Stiles. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS 7.5 to R6A zoning for property located at 524 High Street, approximately 42 feet northeast of Mays Street. This is 0.16 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Welsh's Bill 1274. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Ms. Welsh, seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to approve.
Okay, it's properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next, and these bills can be taken together, are agenda items 25 and 26. They are companions to each other, sponsor Gamble. Agenda item 25 is ordinance BL 2026-1275. And agenda item 26 is ordinance BL 2026-1276. 1275 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS20 to SP zoning for property located at West Campbell Road unnumbered, approximately 360 feet north of Cuniff Parkway, This is 12.91 acres to permit 17 single-family lots and 19 multifamily residential units. And again, the companion 1276, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at the addresses mentioned in 1275. Councilmember Gamble, sponsor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Gamble's bills 1275 and 1276. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? All right. Given that we have persons here in opposition and that persons in support speak first, would those folks here in support like to speak at this time? All right. They are coming forward. Persons in opposition will speak after those speaking in support. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, council members, for sticking with us tonight. My name is John Claxton. I'm a civil engineer with Thompson Hunt Engineering. I'm the project manager for this project. I'm here representing the development team. I'd like to thank Councilmember Gamble for helping us get to this point. We have gone through 5 neighborhood meetings, in person, in combination of in-person and online. Through that process, we have, the density of the site has gone down. We've increased buffers, landscape buffers on the site. I'd like to say we've come a long way and we're helping make this a better project for the community. I do want to say there's a large portion of existing open space that is being maintained on this property. A lot of mature trees, an existing stream. We're not touching that portion. Yeah, let's see, what else? Just want to let everyone know that there's 17 single-family homes and then the 19 multifamily are detached cottages that'll help provide attainable housing to Nashville for people who live here and want to afford, who work here and want to afford to live here as well. So just want to thank you for your time and thank you for the neighbors for coming out and appreciate it.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Come on forward.
My name is Teresa Vidito. My brother, Perry Day, and I, who is behind me and will speak in a few moments, are owners of the property. We know that there's been strong opposition to developing the land by the community. We understand their concerns. We've heard their concerns. We've read their letters. We've read their emails. And we respect that not everyone can agree. Change is hard and it can be difficult. Our developers have worked very hard in an effort to protect their property values while making changes and addressing concerns that the community and the neighbors have voiced. This is not about disrupting the community, but it's about allowing us to use our property for a reasonable use. We respectfully ask that you review the facts and approve this plan so we can move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Hi, my name's Perry Day. I'm one of the owners. I'd just like to say that this property has been in our family for over 100 years, and we've paid taxes for over 100 years. And my grandfather, he gave up property so they can build Campbell Road. My father gave up property so they could put TVA power line across the place. And then they changed the law to where we can't raise cattle if we got rid of them or even if they got killed. And so now we're just paying taxes. We can't use the property because my father had to get rid of the cows. He got so old. And plus the builder that we've actually had 4 people that has offered full pay that we was offering or wanting, and we turned all those down because we didn't like what they was going to build. And this builder here, he's really going to build some nice houses, some affordable houses, so people this young, they can't afford a $600,000 to $800,000 home, they can buy a house and start a family with their own property. So thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized in support? All right, with that, we'll transition to those wishing to speak in opposition. If you would, please come forward if you wish to speak. Sir, can you make sure you're not obstructing the hallway? Sir, thank you. Yep, go ahead and come on forward, folks. All righty, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Ron Johnson. I live on West Campbell Road, and which is across the street from where this proposed development is taking place. I want to point out to you that the three people who spoke there, none of those people live in Davidson County. None of them. Everybody who is opposed to this, all of my neighbors, I don't know of one of them who is in favor of it. Now, most of the people in red, they live in District 3, which is Ms. Campbell's district. I live in District 10. Nobody in 10 that I know of is in favor of this. Now, nobody is opposed to building houses. Let's get that clear. We want to stick with the zoning that was established by the people in Metro many years ago. That's all we want to do. Ms. Campbell has had many meetings with members of the community where hundreds of people have come forward saying, we don't want this. She said she's trying to build a consensus. The consensus is, we don't want this. We don't mind, again, having houses. We just want something that is consistent with what's in the neighborhood. That's all we want. We've tried to figure out why she wants to make these changes. It seems like she wants to crown more people in our neighborhood. She seems to be more concerned with the quantity of life in our neighborhood than the quality. So I ask each of you, think about that. You don't need the wisdom of Solomon here. You need to do what the people in our community want to do, and that is, we're okay with development in concert with existing zoning, but we ask that you will not vote in favor of changing the zoning laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Abby Ferris. I'm a resident of District 3. I actually live on Woodshire, which will be directly affected by this development. I want to thank you all first for giving us time to share our thoughts on this matter. I'd like to walk you all through why I oppose this ordinance and why I believe it should be deferred at a minimum until infrastructure deficiencies are addressed. I also want to mention first that I'm not opposed specifically to development, but I urge you all to carefully consider the character of the neighborhood. This area already faces infrastructure challenges. Utility services provided by NES to our neighborhood have been inconsistent, and existing systems do not appear equipped to support the additional density proposed. Meaning, even in the last week or so, we've had a momentary interruption to our power. Approving this rezoning before addressing utility capacity raises serious concerns about reliability and service disruptions for current residents. Regarding utilities, the open space mentioned by the developer is only due to TVA easement and/or right-of-way, so houses cannot be built under it. This is not just due to their, kind, courteous nature. Traffic is also a significant issue. West Campbell Road and the surrounding corridors, including Kniff Parkway and especially Dickerson Road, already experience congestion and limited capacity. Adding 36 new residential units would only increase traffic volume, potentially worsening safety concerns, and further straining road infrastructure that is not designed for higher density development. Additionally, there are already apartment units in the surrounding area within a 1-2 mile radius of our home that remain vacant. All of them remain vacant. This suggests that the current housing supply is not fully absorbed, raising concerns about the necessity of adding more multifamily units at this time. For these reasons, I respectfully urge that you deny or defer this ordinance until infrastructure deficiencies are addressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Linda Ferris, and I was here last meeting as well. I live in District 3 as well. I live on Woodshire, which will be pushed through to Campbell Road. I'm a fifth-generation Nashvilleian. I've lived here all my life, except my husband's active duty time. And again, I'm speaking on behalf of not just myself, but my family our elderly neighbors. We had several that showed up tonight that had to leave because they just couldn't sit on the pews any longer. These are people, again, that worked at DuPont and at Peterbilt and other places in town. This is not a rich neighborhood, but we feel that we are not being listened to. None of us have ever said that we are concerned about them building on this land. The density is inappropriate. Even though there may be some restrictions in height, these homes are going to be looking right down into mid-century modern, mostly one-level homes. If you look at the chart again, this is the land. This is a church. All this red are neighbors that have come to us and said, please stop this, we do not want this. Yes, we have had a lot of meetings it's been the same. We don't want this density. We can't handle this density. Again, as my daughter said, 2 apartment complexes, 25% occupancy, 60% occupancy, and they are still building up and down Dickerson Road where the infrastructure, no sidewalks, a 4-inch place for people to walk. This is not suitable. This is not on a main corridor. So please, please stop this or defer this. We do not want this in our neighborhood. We want them to build, maintain the current zonings, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name is Brenda Staggs. I live on Trevor Drive, right at the top of North Wind and Woodshire, where this development is taking place. And I have several things to mention. One is, just as a point of order, it says it was advertised. There is one sign about this meeting standing like this at the front edge of the woods where the property is going to be developed. If it hadn't been for the neighbors seeing it, there's no traffic that goes there. It's a dead end at this point. We would not have even known about this meeting. I've attended 5 meetings. There's been a sea of red shirts, like the man said. 178 resident signatures have indicated opposition. They do not want this. We are told every time we have a meeting, well, we're resistant to change and change is inevitable, and we are not opposed to developing within the zoning requirements. Because of the easements, there's only 8 acres they can develop. 8 times 2, which is the current zoning code, is 16, obviously. And they're talking about putting in 36. And we have come down from 55 plus down to 36, but that's still not even 1 per quarter acre. That's more than that. The acreage shown on the site application, as I mentioned, says 13, and it's only going to be available to develop 8. There'll be 16 family homes, probably with 2 cars each, resulting in 32 approximate cars per. And as they've mentioned previously, we have traffic issues and access issues without increasing any. But obviously 16 is doable and it's optional for the family. That's fine. I did want to mention that on meeting number 2, several of our residents who have larger properties went to the developers at that point, may be different, I don't know, and asked if they could buy the property, and they were given hope that that was an option. At the end of the meeting, they approached them again and they went, no, it's a no sell. So we have the money available to take it if that's the way it goes, but we'd rather do that like it is. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Next, go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Beverly Keene. I live on Woodshire Drive. And this will be short and sweet. Every one of you council people have received Paul Pleeman's analysis that spells out just how this proposal is so contrary to our character manual in every respect. If you haven't, please study it. And Council Member Gamble, on several occasions, I heard her say, well, you know, this is not my first rodeo. This is not a rodeo. This is our neighborhood. The proposal is not in compliance with the character manual, and I do believe that if any of you would support it, your actions would be deemed reckless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Pleeman. I first want to acknowledge that 3 council members have engaged with me outside of email in a respectful and thoughtful way, and I should have addressed that sooner. To those individuals, thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. I sent each of you a detailed policy analysis of this case last week. It is grounded entirely in adopted plans and policy language. I hope you've had the opportunity to review it. This proposal has been framed as infill, but the Community Character Manual says T3 suburban neighborhood maintenance areas are intended to preserve established suburban development patterns by maintaining existing scale, form, and intensity. It further states that infill must transition in building type, massing, and orientation in order to blend new development into the surrounding neighborhood. This plan does not do that. It introduces tightly clustered lots next to 1 acre and 3 to 5 acre homes. That is not blending, it's an abrupt change in intensity. The manual is also clear that neighborhood maintenance areas are not intended to accommodate significant increases in density or intensity. Adopted policy is clear that zoning tools, including specific plans, should be used to carry out the vision of adopted plans and policies, not override it. Policy directs higher intensity to corridors while protecting interior neighborhoods. This property does not front a corridor. And when interior neighborhoods are asked to absorb that intensity anyways, it is ordinary families who feel it first. We are not wealthy. We are not politically connected. We are ordinary families simply asking that adopted policy means what it says. Neighborhood maintenance does not mean neighborhood negotiable. With all due respect, we vote for you, so please vote for us and vote no. Thank you, and please request a roll call vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you wish to speak? It's okay. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Alicia Ferris. I'm a resident of Woodshire Drive, which is right next to the property that they are proposing the building. We just want to reiterate what everyone else has said. We're not against building. We just want it to maintain the character of our neighborhood. There's already too much traffic. It just isn't what we want. If there's building to be done, we want it to maintain the character of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized to speak on this matter, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I first want to thank everyone. Oh, I need to move for. Do I need to move first before I give my?
Yes, please, ma'am. If you would move approval, you can.
I'd like to move for approval with the brief comment.
Yeah. And that's both of them together, 1275 and 1276. All right,
you.
Good to go.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who came out to speak on this project. As many of you know, public engagement is very important to me, and that's why we've had so many meetings regarding this project. In addition to the 5 community broad, widespread meetings, I've also had smaller meetings with a smaller subset of neighbors regarding this project in an attempt to reach a compromise for this project. As it's been stated, this project is to provide 36 single-family for-sale homes for residents to invest in and enjoy the quality of life in the community. The current zoning is RS20, which would allow 2 homes per acre. This is asking for a little more density, as it's been stated. They initially started out with 55 units. As a result of feedback from the community, from residents at those meetings, the density was reduced down to 36 single-family homes, 17 single-family, and 19 detached cottages. As the council member, my goal is to balance our city's housing needs with preserving and enhancing quality of life in the community. That's what I've attempted to do here. I believe that we need a diversity of housing types to provide more access to home ownership opportunities for everyone, including the next generation of Nashvillians who were born and raised here but can't afford to invest in and live in the community where they were born. This project meets the T3 neighborhood maintenance infill policy, and I'll let the planning table describe that a little bit further. It also preserves 3 acres of green space. In addition to the space where the TVA easement is, additional space is being preserved for green space. It's been said that nobody else supports the project. We heard from the owners of the property who definitely support the project. And this, as they stated, is one project out of the many that they have been approached about over the few years that really does match the character of the community. It's single-family homes, it's not apartments, it's not subsidized housing. These are market-rate homes. This is a diversity of housing to make the home ownership opportunity more affordable. And there is a resident who unfortunately was not able to be here tonight because she has to work, who wrote a statement and asked me to read it. It comes from Ellen Angelico, and she says, I am in favor of this project, having closely followed similar parcels in my district. I feel strongly that this property is going to be developed, whether the parcel or particular rezone goes through or not. I have attended many of the community meetings, and the developer has significantly reduced the scope of the project in response to community feedback. I've seen projects in this district where the developer is responsive to the community feedback, and then for one reason or another, the developer falls through and it ends up in the hands of people who are not as responsive. I've had robust and respectful conversations with neighbors who disagree with me, and I am grateful for that. But ultimately, this kind of development is what I want to see in my neighborhood. And so I did want to read that statement and put that in the record for her. And with that, I ask for approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Gamble. All right, we are on to discussion, and first in the queue is Councilmember Benedict. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Colleagues, I stand today in support of this bill. There's a few things that I want to call out. And first, Councilmember Gamble is the former chair of our Planning and Zoning Committee and sat on the Planning Commission. And to me, she's someone who is more experienced than most of us on this body due to that role that she served for us. And so when she brings forth bills that, you know, have been negotiated from 55 units down to 27, and, you know, like, she's doing the work, and we all know what that looks like, but I think it's, you know, she understands, due to that role, the sensitivity to, you know, existing housing. She understands what's happening in our city and how to balance the growth that we're having and how we can house more people while making sure that our neighborhoods stay neighborhoods. I want to say that, actually, I wanted to ask the planning table about the community character that was brought up. Could you explain how this development aligns with community character for this area?
Ms. Milligan, you're recognized for the Planning Department.
Sure. So this area, this property is within an area of T3 neighborhood maintenance. That means the T3 is suburban neighborhood maintenance. This was considered as an infill area. And what the land use policy says about infill areas is that these may include vacant or underutilized land. They're typically larger properties within developed areas, and the land use policy says, and I just want to read it directly, such areas may be developed or redeveloped with a broader mix of housing types than the rest of the T3 neighborhood maintenance area, subject to appropriate design that transitions in building type, massing, and orientation in order to blend new development into the surrounding neighborhood. And some of the ways that we've taken the steps to do that is the road that would be extended, Woodshire Drive, is platted single-family lots to continue to extend that pattern. One of the conditions that the planning staff added, which is included in the bill, was the combination of some of the single-family lots that are closest to the existing residents to make those lots larger so that we're providing a transition along Woodshire. Additionally, the detached cottage units, the multifamily units, are located furthest away from the existing residential on that and towards the street. So we've taken efforts to transition the single family lots and to provide that additional green space within the development.
Thank you. Go ahead.
If I can wrap up really quick, I want to call out that neighborhood maintenance in District 7 is a big part of the district, if not almost all of it. And neighborhood maintenance in District 7 has resulted in million-dollar homes that are massive and lot busters. We can either build smaller, more dense housing and get housing that people can afford, or we can maintain our neighborhoods and allow single-family zoning with homes over $1 million, and that's going to continue to happen throughout the county. I also want to call out that maintaining neighborhood character is coded language. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Webb, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Ms. Webb, you're good. My bad.
Okay, I rise in opposition to this right here. This is the neighborhood that I grew up in, and it does not fit the character. We can talk about maintenance, zoning. We can talk about all that we want to talk about, people. But at the end of the day, I was elected to represent the people that live in my district, and I'm a neighboring district. The road, it goes right down the middle. And if you don't think people aren't watching, and if you don't think people ain't watching, they're watching, okay? So understand, y'all can talk about zoning, y'all can talk about this fits, that fit. She showed y'all the map. Nobody in this area wants that. All I'm asking, come look at this area. And if y'all think what they're proposing should go in this area, okay, I'll talk to you about it. But I'm telling y'all, it won't. And it may be your neighborhood the next time, guys. I'm just going to tell you, it could be anybody's neighborhood the next time. These people don't want it. And I'm going to tell you how much they don't want it is that these people got together and collectively made an offer, said they would buy the property as a collective group so this would not happen and nobody would work with them. I think that's saying a lot about what these people want. And I just want to know, are we elected to represent people? Are we elected to represent what the city wants or what zoning wants or what a council person wants? I don't think so. I will continue to get voted in because I do represent my people, period. I listen to them and I pay attention to what they're saying. And so all I'm saying, and the owners do not live in 3 or 10, and the woman that Jennifer Gamble referred to lives on Heritage, which is not in 3 or 10. There's not a single person that wants this project. And all I'm asking is keep that in mind because it could be y'all's neighborhood next. Thank you.
All righty. Ms. Hancock, you're recognized. Yes, Ms. Benedict?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yep.
Councilwoman Gamble was mentioned in that last comment. Does she get some time to respond?
She was mentioned by name. I don't think she was overtly impugned, but I guess the inference was that you were not potentially being truthful in what you were sharing. And so in that regard, I will recognize you, Ms. Gamble, if you can respond briefly to just to that portion.
Thank you. I would like to correct for the record that Ms. Angelico does live in District 3. Heritage Drive is in District 3. And in addition to that, there are others who have reached out that support the project, but were not willing to speak to that today. And, you know, I take, I guess, concession with the statement that I'm not listening to my residents. I've been doing that for 6 years. I'm a second-term council member. I have a record of listening to my residents, so I take deference with that statement as well. Thank you.
All righty. Ms. Hancock, you are recognized.
Thank you. I know it's always difficult when we have zoning ordinances that border 2 council districts because if it's in one council district, it's typically in that council person's name. And I really appreciate all the work that Councilwoman Gamble has done to help change the original proposal based on community feedback. I definitely hear the people that have come out to this public hearing that have sent us emails and the ones that have come to my community meetings in the last 2 months because it's not too far from me either, and appreciate their input. And as we've heard earlier in the meeting, this is amendable 3rd, but I would also be interested to hear if the sponsor would be interested in deferring it all to allow for more compromises. Thank you.
All right. Do you want to address that at this time, Ms. Gamble?
This bill it passed unanimously by the Planning Commission. It meets the policy. As I said before, we've had at least 5 meetings publicly or large meetings, and I've had several others with the community over a 8-month, 9-month period. I'm not sure whether deferral would offer. At this point, any changes could possibly make the bill disapproved by the planning, which was approved unanimously when it went through the Planning Commission. So at this time, I would not like to entertain a deferral. I'm not sure, the residents, I have tried to compromise in every way with the residents, reducing, making sure that the number of units were reduced. This is typically asking for 8 more units than what the property would yield anyway if it was built out. So it's not a huge amount of density that is providing more attainable housing for people. If the option is to defer so that someone else could attempt to buy the property so that we won't have any housing for more people, I'm not sure that's a good result either. So at this point, I would like to move forward with an approval. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a little unrelated, but kind of connected. So last term I had a boundary dispute between myself and former council member Hager about some property that the property owners wanted to develop into a gas station, and it created some friction. And so it's not a good path to go down when you have a boundary. It's not a character flaw to have a difference of opinion. And so I would just really recommend, don't let happen what happened for a little while between Councilmember Hager and I, where we had that challenge, because you still have to work together, and in this case for almost another 2 years. And so it's a good idea to look for the merits in the proposal. I trust Councilmember Gamble in this situation, and I'm going to support this evening. And I think that, especially when you get in your second term, look at these straight zoning proposals versus an SP. Like, I've been around long enough now to see the negative outcomes that can happen from straight zoning when you have an opportunity to do an SP. So anyway, just sharing my sage words of advice for our
Those are
colleagues.
very sage.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rising in support of this proposal. I know the care and diligence that Councilmember Gamble takes with these proposals. It's like there's been a lot of back and forth with the community about this. There's been a lot of compromise, a lot of reductions in potential housing units that were proposed for this area. I'm not intimately familiar with this specific area, but I do know this area fairly well. District 5 has stretches much further to the north than it used to in the new boundaries. And I do know this area, and I just want to say I do appreciate the approach that Councilmember Gamble brings to these things of really taking in community feedback and compromise and coming up with plans that work for sites like these. And again, I think the overall density on this site, we're still talking about, is it 0.4, 0.5 acres per unit. I know they are clustered, and that gives sort of a different feel, but there is like a lot of open space left in this design that they came up with. So I think it looks good, and I'm going to support it today.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Councilmember Eastlake. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I rise against this proposal, and it's the same terminology we hear on all these controversial up zones based on the study and what we need in housing. And I think we all probably, at least some of us, have different ideas of what the city needs in housing. And I think what we're seeing is the residents starting to rise up and say, we're not for the heavy density, and planning and zoning certainly is for that. The administration seems to be for that. A lot of the council seems to be for that. But we're pushing past the residents, and when they get organized, especially like the ones here, to show a map that almost everything around it is against it, at some point you got to give that pause. And you have to say, are we actually doing the will of the people, or are we doing the will of the planning department or the administration? And I think this is one of those where it's very evenly split on that, whether it is good for the community. And I think just an 8 added homes to the current zoning isn't a lot to ask for. But it's also not what the community is looking for. And I think we're all trying to find ways for more people to have housing and more people to be able to buy homes and more affordable this and more affordable that. At the same time, we're not listening to the neighborhoods, and we're trying to override and overpower them. And I feel like we're hearing more and more opposition and better organized groups against this heavy density. And I think we ought to start taking advantage and start listening to that.
All right.
Oh, and by the way, a roll call. I'd like a roll call.
Okay, are there 3 seconds? Please raise your hand if you concur with a roll call. All right, that is sufficient seconds. Seeing no further discussion, we will move to the vote. This is for approval on second of 3 readings. For 1275, Mr. Clerk, and 1276 in a consolidated motion. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. All right, this motion has passed with 24 votes in favor, 4 against, and 3 abstentions. So it has passed its second of 3 readings. It will go to the Planning and Zoning Committee next on its 3rd reading at the next meeting. All right. Next is agenda item 27, ordinance BL 2026-1277, sponsor Eastlick. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from R10 to CS zoning for property located at 4206 Hermitage Road, approximately 455 feet north of Lebanon Pike. This is 0.73 acres. Mr. Eastlick, you're recognized, sir.
Request to open public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Eastlick's Bill 1277. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? All right. Would all members of the public here in opposition? Hey, if y'all would please take it out in the hallway if you want to have a conversation. Okay? All right. Y'all, everybody just go to their places, take some deep breaths. It's all going to be okay. All right? I believe I was asking if there were any members of the public here in opposition to this bill. Seeing none on either side, Mr. Eastlick, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Move for approval, please.
All right. Is there a second? Okay. There is a motion to approve, properly seconded, and so we are on to discussion on this bill. First in the queue is Councilmember Parker. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a question for the planning table. Based on the adaptive residential provisions in the Metro Code, would the CS zoning at this location allow for short-term rentals?
Okay. Is Ms. Milligan for the Planning Department? You're recognized.
I would need to take a look at the map just to see exactly where it is, to see what the conditions are. I don't have that right off the top of my head. I'm so sorry. I can take a couple minutes and look it up.
Okay, well, if we could get that answer by 3rd reading, certainly. I'll be abstaining tonight then.
All right. Is there any further discussion, or Mr. Eastlick, do you want to respond to Mr. Parker's question? Okay, sir, go ahead.
Sure. This is a small piece of land behind 2 commercial businesses. It had a house on it a long time ago. At this point, it doesn't have anything on it. It doesn't even have sewer. So that's been the big issue with this property, is that it is on septic. It can't be used for very much without a very expensive add to the sewer line. So what this is going to become is an unmanned storage unit business.
All right. We are still on discussion. Did you want to had an answer to that question? Okay. Is there any further discussion on this bill on second reading? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, we have 2 abstentions, Ms. Benedict and Mr. Parker. All right, even so, that has passed its second of 3 readings. All right, next is agenda item 28 and 29. They are companions to each other, sponsors Vo and Horton. The first is ordinance BL 2026-1278, and its companion 1279. 1278 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by applying a historic landmark overlay district to property located at 253 Leon Loop, approximately 113 feet south of Humphrey Street, zoned SP. This is 0.74 acres. Again, its companion 1279, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at the addresses mentioned in Ordinance 1278. Councilmember Horton, Chair, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Vo's bills 1278 and 1279. Would all members of the public here in support of this bills, plural, please raise your hand. Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills, please raise your hand. Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak? They are shaking their heads no. And so with that, Mr. Horton, I will declare the public hearing closed.
Thank you. Move for approval, please.
All right. Is there a second? All right. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any noes or abstentions? All right. 1278 and 1279 have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 30, ordinance BL 2026-1280, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 109 Alberta Street, located approximately 245 feet east of Foster Avenue. This is 0.17 acres. Ms. Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to declare the public hearing open.
Okay. You may not declare the public hearing open. You may request it, and then I shall declare it.
You declare the public hearing open.
All righty. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Welsh's bill 1280. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? All right. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right. Seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Welsh, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to approve.
All right. Is there a second? Is there a second? All righty. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? All right. This has passed its second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 31 and 32. They are companions to each other. Sponsor Benedict. 31 is ordinance BL 2026-1281, and 32 is -1282. 1281 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 2003 Straightway Avenue, approximately 190 feet northeast of Scott Avenue, 1.83 acres to permit 36 multifamily residential units. And again, the companion 1282, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at the address is named in Ordinance 1281. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Ms. Benedict's bills 1281 and 1282. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you, plural. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak, they are shaking their heads no, Ms. Benedict. And so with that, I will declare the public hearings closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Move approval.
All right. There is a motion to approve 1281 and 1282 in a consolidated motion. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstentions? All right. These bills have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 33. This is ordinance BL 2026-1283, sponsor cash. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from OR 20 to MUL zoning for a portion of property located at 1900 Ackland Avenue, located approximately 265 feet east of 20th Avenue South. This is 0.14 acres and partially located within the Hillsborough Village Urban Design Overlay. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized, sir.
I'd like to request the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Cash's Bill 1283. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed. It's back to you for a motion, Mr. Cash.
I'd like to move approval.
All right. Is there a second? Okay, it's properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of 1283 on second reading, please say aye. Any voting no? Or any abstaining? All right, 1283 has passed its second of 3 readings. Agenda item 34 was taken up previously. So we'll move across that. And mercifully, we are to the last public hearing in this section of our agenda. These are agenda items 35 and 36. They are companions to each other. Sponsor Harrell. The first is ordinance BL 2026-1285 and its companion 1286. 1285 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at Hobson Pike Unnumbered, approximately 460 feet northeast of Hamilton Church Road. This is 5.94 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And again, the companion 1286 requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at the addresses in 1285. Mr. Harrell, you are recognized, sir.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Harrell's bills 1285 and 1286. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you so much. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? All right, so there are folks here in opposition, and knowing that, would persons here in support seek to be recognized and speak? Okay, go ahead and come on forward. With our public hearings, persons in support speak first. So come on up, and after that, folks in opposition will be recognized. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council, I'm Jared Gray with Civil Design Consultants, 8170 Coley Davis Road, Nashville, Tennessee. We are the engineers of record on this project. The project proposed is a mixed use of retail and single-family attached residential. We've had community meetings and worked on this project for quite some time. The largest item, without a doubt, that come from those meetings was related to traffic. We contracted with KCI to do a full traffic study to make sure that we would not have, a traffic issue with our development. This project does provide the appropriate transitioning between uses and allows for both commercial use as well as residential housing. We request your approval.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time. I'm Megan Sigler with KCI Technologies. I am a professional traffic engineer. We conducted the multimodal transportation analysis for this development in accordance with NDOT guidelines for MMTAs. And as part of that study, we evaluated both the vehicular and multimodal operations throughout the entire network, as well as conducted safety analysis along the property frontage. NDOT has reviewed that study and agrees with the conclusions and recommendations that were presented in the study. They've set forth a list of conditions that this development has agreed to, and that includes widening along the property frontage to include a left turn into the project site to help get vehicles out of the through lane in order to turn into the site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking to speak in support? Okay, seeing none, do those persons raising their hands in opposition seek to speak, be recognized? Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Azman Chagani. I'm a tenant living near the proposed property, and I want to talk about a few points for the rezoning. I've been living and working in that area for over 10 years now, so I've seen the traffic increase substantially during this time, and it really caused a lot of issues for everyone that lives and works in the area. The proposed project is on Hobson Pike Road, which is only a single lane road, so traffic gets congested really quickly. And I understand they're saying a traffic survey has been conducted, but a survey doesn't tell you the full story. I'm there every day, 7 days a week, so I'm fully aware of how the traffic is. A survey doesn't tell you that. So on top of this traffic, there's a ton of car accidents. I myself have seen over 10 car accidents in the last 12 months, and some of them require ambulance and fire truck. It's bad accidents, you know? So if it was to pass, I know the daily traffic and car accidents would get much worse. And I think that if it should get passed, it should get rezoned for non-retail use, like medical office spaces, because those cause less like daily traffic in and out. And also there's currently a massive church that's being built directly next door to the proposed project. And that would already increase the traffic because now they already have, I think it's on 1 acre they're building the church, so it's already congested traffic. And the last thing I want to talk about is the sanctity of the environment. So the project is 2 miles from Long Hunter Park and 1 mile from the marina. So it's like in the middle of everything. So, and then on top of that, there's 3 churches right in front of the spot. So all of that in the area, and they're trying to build a massive 6-acre project that's going to take up a lot of space and a lot of time. So it's just not going to be good for the environment and for everyone that comes to that area to enjoy these places, you know? That's everything I had for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized? Go ahead, sir. You may speak as well.
I may need more than 2 minutes, just 15 seconds
Nope.
of waiting.
You
Please.
may only have 2 minutes. Go ahead,
Okay.
sir.
All right. My name is Tony Chagani. I'm the property owner right across the street from this development, literally across the street. I've been there 6-7 years. As you know, this development is right on Tennessee State Route 171, which is a single lane road going towards both the sides. There were massive accidents all around. And this development is less than 3 miles from a beautiful the Long Hunter State Park, where people go all around summer with their families for fishing and have a good time with the family. And also, I don't know if this was mentioned or not, there are 3 churches literally across from this development. One on the right side that has started the construction 6 months before. The other one was opened last year. The third one was opened early this year. And there are 2 more churches less than half mile. So 5 churches from around this area, a beautiful state long park. This all would bring a lot of traffic. So I would request to please get a comprehensive and complete lengthy traffic survey, not a regular survey, what they did. I'm aware what they did the survey, because this is close to 5 churches, State Park, Marina, that's really needed a comprehensive, complete, lengthy survey. I would strongly, and I'm not against their development, they are great. The townhouses are good, but the commercial development, I would request to have a limited office or medical that would support what is needed in that area. Just you can imagine if this is approved, there will be avalanche of application to turn that serene, peaceful journey down State 171 to the State Marina and the church into an overcrowded commercial development with already traffic jams and accidents. So I would request to please defer and make sure the builder follows all the requirements, because what I'm looking at is builder is going to build that commercial but not complete the townhouses.
Concluded, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized in opposition? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Mr. Harrell, for a motion on these bills.
I would like to move forward with a brief comment for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 1285 and 1286 together. Go ahead, sir.
So first and foremost, thank you to everyone who came out to speak for and against. As always, I'm very intentional in where we're building, how we're building in my district. The multimodal study came out of our community meeting. As we know, most of my district is one way in, one way out, which is another reason why I have requested a traffic study so that we can examine which one of these roads that we can expand so that the people of District 8 can have a way to get in and out of our community quickly, or quicker, I should say quicker and safer. So these things are also in the works. And again, I hear the concern, but everything that the community has asked of this developer, they've done. You know, we had a number, there's conversations about the number of units. The developer, once I said, hey, this is what the community wants, or this is our understanding of these are the things that we're asking for, the developer obliged. There was no pushback. They have been good community partners. I say that to say, you know, I hear you, and I'm willing to have conversations in regards to, hey, what the commercial spaces look like, because I have been putting SPs on my approvals or my rezones so that we can tailor what is allowed and what is not allowed in our community. So with that being said, I want to move for approval.
All righty. Mr. Harrell has renewed his motion for approval on 1285 and 1286. It was properly seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. Those bills have passed their second of 3 readings, and that concludes our public hearing items. All righty. It's only 10:37, y'all. Okay. All right, let's roll right into this consolidated consent agenda. Section K, all resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda, will be read by me, after which members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. All right, we start with our resolutions, and the first among those proposed for the consent agenda is agenda item 41, resolution RS 2026-1806. Agenda item 42, RS 2026-1807. Agenda item 43, resolution 2026-1801 or 1808. Thank you. Agenda item 44, resolution 2026-1809. Agenda item 45, resolution 2026-1810. Agenda item 46, resolution 2026-1811. Agenda item 47, resolution 2026-1812. Agenda item 48, resolution 2026-1813. Agenda item 49, resolution 2026-1814. Agenda item 50, resolution 2026-1815. Agenda item 51, resolution 2026-1816. Agenda item 52, Resolution 2026-1817. Agenda item 53, Resolution 2026-1818. Agenda item 54, Resolution 2026-1819. Agenda item 55, Resolution 2026-1820. Agenda item 56, Resolution 2026-1821. Agenda item 57, Resolution 2026-1822. Agenda item 58, Resolution 2026-1823. Agenda item 59, Resolution 2026-1824. Agenda item 60, Resolution 2026-1825. Agenda item 61, Resolution 2026-1826. Next, we move to items on second reading proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. First among those is agenda item 82, ordinance BL 2026-1288. I want to acknowledge property assessor Will Hoyt and her team and thank her for being present here with us this evening related to that matter. Next is agenda item 83, ordinance BL 2026-1289. Agenda item 84, ordinance BL 2026-1290. Agenda item 86, ordinance BL 2026-1292. Agenda item 87, ordinance BL 2026-1293. And finally, on second reading, agenda item 88, ordinance BL 2026-1294. Now moving into bills on third reading proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. First among those, after a whole big batch of items, is agenda item 123. This is ordinance BL 2026-1256. Agenda item 124, ordinance BL 2026-1258. Agenda item 125, ordinance BL 2026-1259. Agenda item 126, ordinance BL 2026-1260. And then lastly, agenda item 127, ordinance BL 2026-1261. All right. Do any items need to be removed from the consent agenda? If so, members, please do join the queue to request that. Okay, Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized.
Item number 88, BL 2026-1294.
Okay, Ms. Johnston has requested that item 88, agenda item 88, which is ordinance 1294, be removed from consent. It has been removed. Do any other members seek to be recognized to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, Mr. Clerk, are all committee reports in for the items on the consent agenda?
Yes, all committee reports are in.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members, is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda and a second? All right, all in favor, please say aye. All right, council has passed all items on the consent agenda. All right, next we will go back in resolution order, or rather in agenda order, starting first with resolutions that were not on consent. Okay, and first among those is Agenda Item 37. This is Resolution 2025-1712. Sponsors Porterfield, Toombs, Vaux, Swara, Parker, Welsh, Bradford, Ewing, Cap, and Gadd. This is a resolution opposing the Boring Company's proposed tunnels within Nashville and Davidson County, condemning the company's lack of transparency, inadequate community and Metropolitan Council engagement, and troubling labor and safety practices, affirming that public land and public infrastructure decisions must prioritize the welfare, safety, and express needs of Nashville residents, and reiterating the Metropolitan Council's commitment to real, equitable, community-driven transit solutions. Sponsor Porterfield, Madam Pro Tem, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
For the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee, Chair Cash.
We passed the, so we had 3 votes. We substituted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. There was a motion to defer that was 4 in favor, 4 against, and then we moved the resolution, and it was 4 in favor, 4 against.
All right, 4 and 4. Back to you, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval with a comment. I would like to move my substitute for approval.
Well, let's move approval to get it before us.
Okay, move for approval.
Okay, all right.
I would like to move my substitute with a comment.
Okay. There is a motion to substitute. It's properly seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, this substitute removes the word condemns and replaces it with the word opposes. Also adds the word many before the phrase Nashville residents, and it acknowledges the Boring Company coming to the special call meeting on February the 19th. I would ask that you support this substitute, and I will talk more about the resolution as substituted.
All right. There is a queue full of folks. Is anyone seeking to be recognized specifically on the motion to substitute? If anybody wants to be recognized on the motion to substitute, if they would please just raise their hand. Seeing none, we are voting now on the motion to substitute. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, the substitute is on the bill. If you would please renew your motion to approve as substituted.
I would like to renew my motion to approve as substituted.
Okay, all right. Back to you, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, let's talk about how we got here. On August the 12th, myself as then Budget Chair and then Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Chair Sean Parker emailed Jim Fitzgerald to request a joint meeting after their July 28th announcement. His response opened with his commitment to transparency and stated what the Boring Company recently announced on July 28th was an intent to partner with the state of Tennessee. He went on to say, we do not currently have any pending legislation asked at the Metro Council, to which we responded on August 20th. Although there is no pending legislation before the Metro Council, we believe that a meeting to hear directly from you about the information shared to date will go a long way in establishing trust between our community and the company. It is also our understanding that both the Convention Center Authority and the Airport Authority were granted presentations, although there was no pending legislation under consideration. In contrast, it is a disservice to our constituents when the only information available to us comes through media coverage rather than directly from the Boring Company. For this reason, we respectfully renew our request. As of today, 195 days later, there has been no response to that particular email. I originally filed this resolution in December. Only then, upon filing this resolution, did many council members hear from the Boring Company for the first time. I respected the Rules Committee's decision to defer this legislation for 1 month. They wanted to see what the Boring Company would do and if there would be more engagement. In a similar fashion, we heard from the Boring Company again on MLK Day, once again the day before we were to hear the legislation, 5 months after the original request to meet. Again, I respected the committee's decision to defer until after the special call meeting. A lot has transpired since that time, including the special call meeting that Councilmember Quinn Evans Siegel orchestrated. Unfortunately, that meeting left myself and many of our colleagues with more questions and concerns than answers. Many of us have heard from many of our constituents, and there have been a multitude of issues ranging from environmental concerns to lack of transparency to inadequate community and council engagement, as well as safety practices and how this project will support members of the disability community. Colleagues, public land needs to be for public good, and public infrastructure decisions must prioritize the welfare, safety, and express needs of Nashville residents. Just last night, Senator Charlene Oliver and I hosted a community meeting with over 100 residents of Nashville. After explaining the merits of the project, 96% of those voting determined that they opposed the project, and only 4% were undecided or interested in more information. I have heard the argument that this closes the door to additional conversation. I disagree with that assessment. How can we lose a seat at a table we were never invited to? If the Boring Company chooses to disengage, that says more about their commitment to engagement and transparency than it will ever say about us.
Ms. Gadd, would you like to, I'm sorry, Ms. Gadd. Go ahead.
I'd like to yield my time.
All right. Mr. Clerk, go ahead, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Councilmember Gadd. If the Boring Company chooses to disengage at this junction, that says more about their commitment to engagement and transparency than it will ever say about us. This resolution gives an outline towards creating public trust that the Boring Company can follow. It asks that they participate in ongoing public briefings before the full council and relevant committees, that they release all environmental, geological, safety, and fiscal studies for independent review, that they demonstrate compliance with fair labor and contractor standards, including timely payment and robust safety practices, that they engage in consistent and transparent communication with all council members, and that they provide a clear contingency and restoration plans in the event of a project delay, alteration, or abandonment. There is a quote that is attributed to Zora Neale Hurston. If you are silent about your pain, they'll kill you and say you enjoyed it. We cannot stay silent on this issue. In November, the Boring Company CEO, Steve Davis, stated, "We wouldn't go into a city and fight to build something that is so extensive and labor-intensive and incredibly difficult project. We are still going because everyone has been unbelievably positive." Colleagues, this is our chance to put that theory to the test. It is very simple. If you agree with the way that this has transpired, feel free to vote as such. But if you recognize that Nashville deserves better, that Nashville deserves to be a part of the process, that we should not be circumvented, that local authorities should be a part of the conversation about what's happening under the ground beneath us, then I'm going to ask you to vote in support of this substitute.
All righty. So we are now on a motion to approve as substituted, right? So we've already voted on the motion to substitute. The substitute is on the bill. Ms. Gadd, you had a few minutes of time. Or rather a few seconds of time. Are you seeking to speak at this juncture? No. Okay. So next in the queue on to discussion is Councilmember Hill. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I don't believe there's anybody in the room that doesn't understand my opinion of the owner of the Boring Company. His comments about the trans community, even his own trans daughter. But what we're here discussing is a tunnel. And so I want to stand here and talk about my experience. I worked at Vanderbilt for almost 30 years. I was the assistant project manager of building 2 of the tunnels. I actually drove the machine on one of them. One of the first tunnels they put in was in '86. Nashville's first tunnel was put in from DES in 1974 that every single resident, or every single tourist that comes here walks by it, and we don't have any problem at all. Most of us park in a parking garage that was dug directly out of limestone. We have good rock here. It is, if you look at a couple of previous administrations, they tried to put in subways because we've got good rock. We've got a tunnel in Harpeth Valley in Bellevue. We've got a tunnel at Metro Water. We've got a tunnel at DES. We've got 3 tunnels at Vanderbilt. We've got a tunnel Metro Water. And so none of these tunnels have had any trouble. The one big tunnel that I worked on specifically at Vanderbilt, we hit 2 caverns. And what you do is the machine backs up, you go above ground, you drill down a 2 to 4 inch hole, decide the size of the cavern, you fill it full of grout, you wait for it to dry, and then you go back through it, you put supports on it, it's just fine. The second cavern we hit was basically an underground lake. We backed up, filled it in, and then we drove through it. We stuck 2 pipes up in there to catch that water, and that water is now used to fill, to water all of the practice facilities on campus for free. So then they get the free water and they don't have to pay the sewer. And so to say that this is just bad is just not true. I've been to the site a couple of times. I've met with all the folks, and every question I've ever asked has always been answered. And they say that they've met with the administration and they've not had any problem with any department that they've reached out to. But the reason why we're here is because this body has a history of opposing things they don't like from the state. And that has them going against us. And that's the reason why we're all sitting here waiting to find out if they're going to reduce us down from 40 to 20. And if we pass this, who knows what is next against us?
All right, Councilmember Ewing, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, respectfully, I disagree with some of what my colleague just said. I don't think that this is about opposing what the state wants. For me, this is about looking at what this company is proposing to bring into our city and having some very real and legitimate concerns with how it is being presented, how it is going to be delivered, and whether that delivery is going to meet the hype that's been promoted. My concerns are have already been well spoken by Councilmember Porterfield, so I'm not going to go over old ground again. What I am going to say is, if this company is coming into Nashville with so many resources that they can freely spend on a project that could be literally groundbreaking, why not work with us instead of around us, over us, literally under us? Why not work with us and talk about something that is a more sensible model? Why are we talking about a tunnel that would just carry single cars and not our cars? It would be just a fleet of cars to carry people from one point to another point. And that doesn't seem a very good use of this type of technology. Why not come up with something to the point that the slightly funny gentleman at the end of the public comment was saying? I mean, his point was made in a very funny way, but it was very real. If we're digging a tunnel and we have such great rock and we have a company with so many resources, why are we not talking about something more innovative and more useful for what Nashville actually wants, what we've actually been talking about, what we voted on when we voted for this transit referendum? It's about what the city needs and what this is not providing. And it's also about very, very real and serious safety concerns, environmental concerns, concerns about the disabilities community their concerns not being addressed and their safety not being addressed within the parameters of this project. So I remain steadfast in being a sponsor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing. Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized.
I think that I'm going to take a cue from a fellow council member who was referring to something in the past that this reminded them of. And this reminds me of a time very early in my first term where all of a sudden we found out that we were about to be taken over by the state because of our finances were in such deep arrears. And apparently the state had been telling us, but the city, perhaps someone in the mayor's office, this year after year after year, and that message hadn't been communicated clearly to the council. And And then we finally found out, and we were very offended that we never knew about this before. But we, don't really have a mechanism to send a resolution to the mayor's office and complain, especially when that mayor or the mayor before was no longer here. So, so I understand the feelings and not loving the rollout of it. And I also understand that we as a city voted against paying for tunnels years ago. I think this is an interesting first step. I understand why the boring company would go to the state, because they are going to build under a state road. And I'm not going to support this resolution, but I do understand the effort and the meaning behind it. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Councilmember Hill.
All right. Ms. Hill, you're recognized again.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. As a progressive, in the military, we have a saying called CED, career ending decision. And that might be what I'm making tonight. But I was raised that sometimes the hardest decision to make is the right decision. I move for 1 meeting deferral.
All right. Are you requesting a point of order? Okay. Hang on. We got a queue. The queue is already pretty full to speak on the motion to approve. Is there anyone in the queue at this juncture? Next is Mr. Cortez. Do you want to speak on the motion to defer, sir? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I actually wasn't going to speak tonight, but I got really angry thinking about the principle of this matter when I was sitting here, so I jotted some notes down. If I told you 10 years ago that this would be the reality of Tennessee politics, you would have told me I'm crazy. The tension this week, because of a fear that the state is going to punish the city for sharing the opinion of some of our neighbors. Where do we go when our neighbors feel they can't speak their mind because the state government will take steps to silence or punish them? Where do we go? Seriously, sit with that for a second. Is that a world where you want your kids growing up in? Is that a world that you want to live in? In any other reality, this would be like a political thriller starring Harrison Ford as the hero, right? Yeah, get this corruption off my plane. No. It's becoming accepted practice in Tennessee that the state will try to take away residents' rights and authority on local issues when they disagree. That's becoming accepted practice. This resolution, expressing some citizens' opinions, prompted the General Assembly to seek creation of a new oversight agency, one that would strip local governments and Tennessee residents of meaningful control over the subterranean projects in their communities. If this bill passes, our neighbors won't get a vote, they won't get a referendum, they won't get input, but they will get the bill. $5 million $5 million of taxpayer dollars for 11 board members, 20 staff positions built around a single private venture that sidelines local authority and residents. And the idea that our neighbors do not have the right to voice their opinion on that. The idea that our neighbors do not have the right to voice their opinion on that. If you vote against this resolution, I'm not mad at you, because I know you are speaking for the people who elected you. We have huge problems in this state. 50% of working Tennesseans do not make enough money to cover basic needs. I would be willing to work hand in hand with the state to solve that problem and every other problem that Tennesseans are facing that makes life harder.
Remember, we're on the deferral, Mr.
Yes,
Cortez.
Yeah. I refuse to act like it's normal that our neighbors will be punished for voicing their opinion, and I refuse to accept the idea that someone who disagrees with me on any issue is an enemy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just as a reminder, we are on a deferral motion. This would be the fourth deferral, such that this bill would then be indefinitely deferred. So it's not the typical just, defer it one. So this deferral effectively, I won't characterize it, but Mr. Parker, on the motion to defer, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, particularly given the number of deferrals that we've had with this legislation. I appreciate the sponsor's grace and kind of allowing that many deferrals. through committee. You know, I'm rising in opposition to the deferral motion. Initially, I was sort of didn't see a place for the Metro Council, didn't see a place for myself in this debate, this discussion, because, you know, they were going straight to the state. They were not asking for any approvals from Metro. Director Darby reached out with this idea of having the joint meeting of transportation infrastructure and budget. And I said, well, that sounds great. You know, kind of similar to the TDOT choice toll lanes program. You know, I'm not a huge supporter of that, but I did appreciate that they came here, they talked with us. They're having community meetings all over Davidson County, Rutherford County, the affected areas. I thought maybe that was something that we could have with the Boring Company. They sent that initial refusal to meet with us. They subsequently did not respond to our follow-ups. So, you know, that sort of set a tone. I was glad that they finally did accept. But ultimately, I found that meeting to kind of raise more questions than answers that were provided. You know, as that process unfolded, I kind of dug in, and all these concerning things from Las Vegas with the illicit discharge, with the labor issues, with the injuries. You know, just most recently, this state legislation that would spend $5 million of our taxpayer dollars a year to manage the tunnel project. The fact that state legislation would do like this rug pull from the Metro Nashville Airport Authority, which just signed an agreement with these people like a week before. And then, you know, we asked them, what do you think about this state legislation? And they say, well, we don't know. We just found out about it. Like they were not even consulted, these people who had signed a deal with these guys. So all very, very concerning. I'm in support of this resolution, especially the substituted version. I appreciate the lead sponsor, Councilmember Porterfield, for bringing this forward. And I would like to yield the rest of my time to Councilmember Sepulveda.
All right, Councilmember Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to table.
All right. Okay. There is a motion to table. It is properly seconded. The debate at this juncture is between the primary sponsor. So that is the person who made the deferral motion, Ms. Hill, and the maker of the tabling motion. The maker of the tabling motion does go first. You each receive 3 minutes each, after which we move directly to a vote. Okay? With that, Mr. Clerk, I see the time on the clock. Ms. Sepulveda, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I do want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Hill, and we do find ourselves on opposite sides of this issue this night. But I do want to speak to a couple of things and why I would encourage my colleagues to vote against the deferral this night. And I specifically want to speak to the safety aspect of this project. There were very much concerns raised in the Vegas project. There were safety concerns, and there were even concerns on this project. The contractors walked off the project due to safety concerns and pay concerns. The state of Tennessee does not protect our workers, and we know this. Nashville is one of the most dangerous cities to work in construction in the South. This is proven. They have preempted us on heat breaks, local hire. They had failed to adequately fund TOSHA. And this past session, the state said any company who has a CBA would not receive state funds. That is what the state of Tennessee has done to prevent us from protecting our workers. The state of Tennessee does not care. They do not care. And with the company that has the history of not protecting workers, we are opening the doors to that type of history. That type of history. Just last year, we had a young 20-year-old who fell through the roof of one of our gymnasiums. Fell through the roof. And I am not going to get tired of saying this because it was me and several other organizers, several other union members who had to go and call several different places just to find his body because the subcontractor would not tell us where he was. They would not tell us. And we had to make sure that we raised enough money to get him back to his home in Guatemala. And that is not the first time that that happens in this city. How many people have lost their lives? They are telling us that this is going to cost taxpayers nothing. This is going to cost lives. This is going to cost limbs. This does cost something. And so I'm going to encourage you all to find courage. The state is going to do whatever the state wants to do. They have preempted us. They have tried to cut us in half, and we have found courage, and we have taken them to court, and we have won. We have won when we have found courage. This is my 6th year here. 6 years. And what have we done before that? We have cowered. But for the first time in several years, we have found courage and we have won. So find the courage and fight back.
All right, next, Ms. Hill. So there is a tabling motion. This is debate about tabling the deferral motion, which you initially made. You now have 3 minutes to speak to the merit of the deferral, ideally. Thank you. Ms. Hill, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I kind of want to talk to safety. When I went to the site, tunneling has to follow MSHA, which is a whole lot more stringent than OSHA ever thought about doing. They have an emergency response team and a container there of everything they would possibly need for any kind of hazard that would come up should anything happen inside. They do training every single day. They have a tag where every single member that works on that crew has a tag, and they've got a board, a wooden board that they hang their tag on to prove that they're in the tunnel. And every so often, they're all communicated with. There is a whole lot more safety in MSHA in tunnels than there is in any other construction. This is not about me standing up for the board company, because I could give a crap less about Elon Musk, and I wish he went away. This is about doing the right thing for the tunnel, but this is not our issue. I wish this wasn't a political thing, because when we talked about tunnels for a subway, everybody was okay with that. Now all of a sudden we're talking about tunnels now, and it's because we don't like the person, and we're going to do everything we could do to try to say against it. I'd be glad to take every person down there and show them and answer every question they've got at the tunnel, at the site. I have met with them. They haven't had any issues with meeting with me. They say they haven't had any issues with meeting with any other Metro department or the mayor's office. So I'm not sure where the big communication issue is of people saying that they're not reaching out to them, because I've met with them several times. I've been to the site. So I don't understand what everybody's saying, that this is environmentally horrible. It's going to cause flooding. It's going to be all these things. Majority of the people in this room will never ride it. I'll never pay a dime to ride it. But what kind of a person would I be to stand here and say no because I don't like somebody? That's not fair, and that's not right. That's not what the people in this county elected me to do. That's all I got.
All right, there is a motion to table a deferral motion, okay? So that is what we are voting on. At this juncture, I think just in an abundance of caution, we should do this by machine. So if you, yes, Ms. Hancock, point of order, if you please rise for a point of order.
And my apologies if you were going to explain this anyway,
Yep.
but could you please explain what is needed, for this to pass, as well as what an abstention would do?
Okay, special counsel, can you answer that in its entirety, but also specifically to the abstention in particular?
Yes, Vice Mayor. This motion would require a simple majority to pass. An abstention would not contribute to the number 4 against, and it would, again, the number to pass would just be simply a majority of those voting for or against. Yes.
Okay. So somewhat counterintuitively, if you are for the tabling motion, you are against the deferral. okay? That means you want to lay the deferral motion on the table, dispose of it, okay? So if you vote in favor of the tabling motion made by Ms. Sepulveda, that means that you do not want the deferral motion to continue to be debated, at which juncture we would simply just be back on the motion to approve and the debate would continue, okay? So this just potentially disposes of the deferral motion. Is everyone clear as to what we're voting on at this juncture? Point of order, Ms. Porterfield. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So point of order, so to vote with Councilmember Sepulveda, we would vote yes on the table in motion, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Such that the deferral motion of Ms. Hill would be disposed of. Yes. Okay. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the vote. All votes in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, the motion to table passes. And so with a vote of 22 in favor, 15 against, and 0 abstentions, that means Ms. Hill's deferral motion is laid on the table, disposed of. We go back then to the primary motion and debate on the motion to approve as substituted. Next in the queue for that debate is Councilmember Rutherford. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the resolution. I appreciate the sponsor and her efforts in terms of changing the language. This was addressed more specifically in the Rules Committee, so I won't repeat that. You know, it would be easy to vote for this, but sometimes to do what is best for Nashville, we have to do what is hard. And I believe this is a difficult situation because of what it involves. It involves a lot of politics that has been talked about here tonight. There's the whole metro versus state thing. And there's the issue of the ownership of the boring company. But let me tell you, I believe with all honesty that if Councilmember Hill can set her politics aside, the rest of us can set our politics aside as well and do what is right for the city. We have essentially two paths forward, and especially now that we have gotten past the deferral motion. We have two paths forward. We can maintain dialogue, even though we may not like some of what we're hearing in terms of that dialogue, but we can maintain dialogue with the boring company by setting this aside and voting against it. Or we can potentially run the risk of closing the door altogether to dialogue if we vote for it. Either way, the project is happening. And it's not about fear of the state. I don't fear the state. It's about doing what is the right thing to do for the city. And so I ask all of you to set the politics of it aside, follow the example of Councilmember Hill, and ultimately vote against this resolution. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Call the question.
Okay. There's a second. Okay. Okay. Ms. Allen called the question. Woo, it's getting late. I'm like, woo, who called the question? This is a non-debatable motion. It requires 2/3 of those voting. So when you call the question, that means you want to end debate, okay? So if you vote yes on the previous question, we will end debate and we will move to the vote. If you want debate to continue, you would vote no. I will try this first by voice. As I say to everybody every time, it is not about volume, it is about number. If it's even marginal, I will just go to the machine. Okay, so all in favor of the previous question, please say aye. Aye. Okay, all against the previous question, please say no. All right, I think the ayes have it, and thus we will move to the vote. Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. This resolution has passed with 20 votes in favor, 15 against, and 2 abstentions. All right. Okay, next is agenda item 38. This is resolution 2026-1800. Sponsors Druffel, Johnston, Nash, Gamble, Bradford, Allen, Coopin, Gadd, Ellis, and Swara. This is a resolution requesting the Metropolitan Planning Department and the Metropolitan Development Housing Agency, MDHA, study and implement emerging and innovate public housing solutions to effectuate more permanently attainable and affordable housing options within Davidson County. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, committee reports.
For the committee report, that's Planning and Zoning. Chair Horton, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. P&Z considered a substitute and the bill. We recommended approval of the substitute, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and recommended approval of the resolution as substituted, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All righty. That's back to you, Mr. Druffel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to move the substitute, a brief comment.
Mr. Druffel, if you can get the bill before us, please, first, sir. You got to move approval.
Let me move for approval, please.
Okay. All right. Now you can move your substitute, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Now let me move the substitute, brief comment. Got a chance to add some good backstop to what we already are doing. So we had a chance to not only listen to our constituents to see what they needed, but we also found out that we're doing a lot, and we really wanted to recognize that, and that substitute recognized that, with the planning department already making some pretty strong moves to make some innovative ways. And so that's what this is recognizing.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Druffel has made a motion to substitute, and he's explained the substitute to you. Is there any debate on the motion to substitute? Or discussion, rather? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, Mr. Druffel, do you want to renew your motion to approve as substituted?
Absolutely. Let me renew my motion to substitute.
That's fine. You don't have to restate. Thank you. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. You want to just go with an abstention? That will, okay, we could do that. Yeah. You didn't want to go no, because then we'd have to go on the boards and all that. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, if you will record Mr. Eastlick as an abstention. All right. That has passed or you have adopted that resolution as substituted. Next is agenda item 39, resolution 2026-1801, sponsors Benedict and Johnston. This is a resolution urging the Electric Power Board of the Metro government to terminate the employment of Teresa Broyles-Applin as Chief Executive Officer of Nashville Electric Service. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Okay. I believe, do we have committee reports from the previous time? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It's on the next page. For the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee, Chair Cash.
At the sponsor's request, we voted to defer till June 2nd by a vote of 8 to 0 to 0.
Okay. All right, and for the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Vice Chair Ewing, you're recognized.
Transportation and Infrastructure Committee voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting for deferral to June 2nd.
All right, the meeting of June 2nd. Okay, back to you, Ms. Benedict.
Thank you. I'd like to move deferral to June 2nd with a brief comment.
All right. There's a motion to defer to the first meeting in June, June 2nd, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, colleagues, and for the public, that's just over 90 days from now, and the Power Board is doing their assessment. An interim assessment is expected within 30 days, so by March 27th, and a final report will be completed on or before May 26th. About a week before this will be in front of us again. So I'm looking forward to seeing those findings, and then we'll determine where to proceed from there with this. So I ask for your support of this deferral. Thank you.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion to defer to the meeting of June 2nd? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This matter is deferred to the first meeting in June. Okay, next is agenda item 40. This is resolution 2026-1805, sponsor Cash. This is a resolution approving the election of certain notaries public for Davidson County. Council Member Cash, you can give your committee report.
Thanks. We voted to approve, 7 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention.
All righty. I think because we are only anticipating 1 abstention, we can still do it by voice and just record that. Thank you for the committee report.
Move approval.
Thank you, sir. Second? I heard it. All right. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, Councilmember Rutherford will be recorded as an abstention, please, Mr. Clerk. Okay, now I believe that concludes our resolutions. Next is agenda section M, a late resolution, noted as M1 and M2. Well, nope, they are separate from each other. So first, let's start with M1. Sponsor Toombs. This is a resolution appropriating a total of $1,500,000 to the Hospitality Hub of Memphis and amending an interim housing services grant contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Office of Homeless Services and the Hospitality Hub of Memphis to increase the grant amount for the operation of interim housing and case management services at 95 Wallace Road in Nashville. Ms. Toombs, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I move to suspend the rules.
Thank you. Report of Chair Cash, please, regarding this nature of the suspension, please, sir.
I'm sorry, we're on the late filed?
Yes, the late file, the first one.
We approved 8 to 0 to 0.
Okay. All right. Having heard the report of Chair Cash regarding this late filed resolution, is there any objection to the suspension of the rules to get this before us? Okay. 2. Okay. All righty. I see 2. And so it is 2. I know we've talked about it being 3 or 2, but it's 2. So the rules are not suspended, meaning we cannot take this up at this time. Okay. We will move to M2. M2, also sponsor Toombs. This is a resolution approving an amendment to a continuum of care grant agreement between the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Metropolitan Development Housing Agency, MDHA, replacing the original grant recipient with the Office of Homeless Services as the replacement recipient of the continuum of care programming grant in the amount of $465,701 for continuum of care planning activities. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to suspend the rules.
Okay, Mr. Cash, Chair, on the nature of the suspension of the rules, please.
Yep, we voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, having heard the report of Chair Cash with 8 in favor of taking this item up, there is a request to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? Okay, there are 2 objections, which means the rules. Okay, which means the rules are not suspended. And we will not be able to take those up at this time. We need to do a quorum check. If everybody would please remain in place. And if somebody is standing in a kitchen or another room and listening to the TV and can come back in here, that would be great. We've got 2 people in the window, Sean. We have Ms. Evans. Okay, we do have quorum. All right, so the rules were not suspended on those late resolutions, so those will be taken up in regular order at another time. All right, and moving into section N, bills on introduction and first reading. By rule, all items on first reading shall be voted on at the same time unless requested otherwise by a primary sponsor or by 2 other members. Do any items need to be removed from the collective first reading vote? Anybody need to remove anything from first reading? Mr. Cortez, okay. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized for what it is that you
Yes, ma'am.
removed.
Yes, Vice Mayor. Number 61, RS 2026 60, I'm sorry, RS 2026 1825. And we need to, is that not it?
No, it's a bill on first reading, I believe. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
I'm sorry, I had the wrong one. Okay. 63, BL 2026 1296.
All right, so that will be taken off the first reading, and then we'll come back to that once we take the collective vote, okay? All right, do any other items need to be removed from the collective vote? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion for approval of all items remaining on first consideration? Okay, properly seconded without objection. You have approved all items with the exception of agenda item 63 on first reading. So now we will return to that one item. Councilmember Cortez, you are recognized again on agenda item 63. I need to read it into the record, sir. It is ordinance BL 2026-1296, an ordinance amending chapter 17.40 of the Metro Code to require district council member notice of unenforceable conditions associated with approved specific plan zoning districts and their associated development plans. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Vice Mayor. Pass on first and move to the public hearing in May.
Okay, so it is requesting passage on first with a deferral of the public hearing to the first meeting in May. Okay, is there a second for that motion? All right, is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its first reading. Its second reading will be at the first meeting in May. Okay, that concludes our first reading items. We're getting close, colleagues, hang on. Now we have section O, late bills for potential first reading also. Okay, agenda item O1 and special counsel, may these be taken together?
They may be taken together.
Okay, thank you, sir. So these are agenda items O1 and O2, sponsor coupon. The first among them is an ordinance to amend. Yes, please stand for a point of order and just shout it out. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I need to abstain on both.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Okay, so on these two, the first is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by amending the River North Urban Design Overlay District for various properties located on Cowan Street, Cowan Court, and Waterside Drive. This is 165.21 acres to create a new Sub-District 3 and update the general standards related to future streets and open space, all of which is described herein. And the second item, O2, is its companion. It requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings that are mentioned in the aforementioned ordinance. They are companions to each other. All right, Mr. Coupin, I will recognize you to request a suspension of the rules.
Thank you. I'd like to move for suspension of the rules.
Okay, Chair Cash, would you please give us your report on that?
Yes, we approved both bills on the emergency filing basis. 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, having heard the report of Chair Cash, 8 and 0 on the emergency nature and the request for the suspension, is there any objection to a suspension of the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. Okay, Mr. Coupin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval.
Okay, do we have a timing issue there? Special Counsel, Mr. Coupin, you've just moved approval on first reading. I have a little note about April here. Is that?
Yes, as a Title 17 bill, this would be set for the next public hearing. In this case, it would be April.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm sorry I wasn't clear. So effectively, these are then passing their first reading, and then their second reading will be deferred to the public hearing at the first meeting in April. Okay, is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Ms. Ewing is an abstention, please, Mr. Clerk, on those bills. Okay, those have now passed on first reading. Next are bills on second reading that were not on consent. First among those is Agenda Item 79, Sponsor Stiles, Evan, Ellis, and Webb. This is an ordinance amending Title III of the Metro Code of Laws to require departments, boards, and commissions of the Metro government to conduct annual employee surveys. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. Committee reports.
For the report of the Government Operations and Regulations Committee, Chair Hill, Mr. Rutherford, if you would. Mr. Rutherford, Chair Hill, you need to give your committee report. This is on Ms. Stiles' Bill 1114 regarding employee surveys. Committee report, please, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Hill is indicating that you indicated you would withdraw in committee?
Yes, I would like to withdraw with a brief comment if I might.
Okay, sure. All right. If you're going to withdraw, you don't have to get your committee report, but go ahead.
So I'm going to withdraw based on some feedback from colleagues during today's government ops. We're going to take the next 90 days and have public working sessions, myself, Councilmember Hill, and also Councilmember Webb. We'll do it much like we did the Entertainment Commission meetings. People can come and give feedback and watch us do our work. We're going to come up with a process that'll work in terms of having surveys. The proposal for having a study is really, it's a waste of time. It's a lot of ways of how things die around here. So we're just going to commit to coming up with a process, and we're going to bring it back in 90 days.
All right. That ordinance 1117 is withdrawn. Okay. Next is Agenda Item 80, Ordinance BL 2026-1254, sponsors Cortez, Harrell, Bradford, Gadd, Sepulveda, Ellis, Vo, and Suara. This is an ordinance to amend Title VI of the Metro Code of Laws regarding the disclosure of personalized, algorithmic, and dynamic pricing. Mr. Cortez, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
For the report of government operations and regulations, Chair Hill.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted in favor of a three-meeting deferral, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, it is back to you, Mr. Cortez, for a motion on your bill.
Yes, move for a 3-meeting deferral, please.
Okay, there's a motion to defer this ordinance 3 meetings on second reading. Is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All in favor, please say aye. Okay, any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is deferred 3 meetings, meaning it will be taken up at the second meeting in April. All right, next is Agenda Item 81, Ordinance BL 2026-1287, sponsors Allen, Ewing, Toombs, Evan Siegel, Vo, Gadd, and Coupin. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 5.11 of the Metro Code of Laws relative to providing funds for restoring and maintaining Nashville and Davidson counties tree canopy. Councilmember Allen, sponsor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Okay, for the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and for the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Chair, or rather Vice Chair Ewing.
Transportation Committee considered the amendment, voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And we voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve as amended.
All right, it's back to you, Ms. Allen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move the bill to get it on the floor and then move the amendment with the brief explanation.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it's before us.
So this bill is about restoring the tree canopy. We have a fund that we have had for several years now. This amendment simply adds some flexibility to where the funding, what different funds within the general fund.
Hey, y'all in the back, can y'all like pipe down just for a little bit so we can just get on through this? We're almost done. Thank you.
Talking about trees. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So this amendment just adds flexibility to where those funds come from.
All right. So there is a motion to approve. It's now there's a motion to amend. You've heard a description of the amendment from Ms. Allen. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so the amendment is on the bill. If you'd renew your motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve is amended. Any discussion? Councilmember Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It's a question for the sponsor, if I may ask, and I think it's worth asking that in light of what we just went through with the storm and all the trees and all the stuff, adding more money to tree canopies, what are the mitigating conditions or things that we have in place to make sure that these trees are in the right place, planted right, and we don't have to go through trees and storm? If you will address that, or if anybody can talk about that.
Okay, Ms. Allen, go ahead.
Thank you. That is an excellent question. So these are the trees that Metro, through our contractors, Cumberland River Compact, plants. They are the right tree in the right place, so they are carefully chosen species that would not be inappropriately placed too close to power lines. If they are, they're like dogwoods that never get that tall. So it's done according to the tree planting guidelines that we have that are very carefully laid out in terms of what species are appropriate in what areas. And we would point out that the street trees that are being planted are not the ones that wreaked such havoc on our utilities as last go round. They're legacy trees from other projects. So this would provide further support for beginning to recover from that in an appropriate way that will set us up for success in the future. Thank you for the question.
All right, okay. Seeing no further discussion, we're on a motion to approve on second reading as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings as amended. Next is Agenda Item 85. Ordinance BL 2026-1291, sponsors Toombs, Allen Hill, Allen, Stiles, and Ellis. This is an ordinance approving an agreement between the Metro government and KIP Nashville, a Tennessee nonprofit corporation, for the completion of certain construction work associated with the redevelopment of the Global Mall site. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
All right, and for the report of Government Operations and Regulations, Chair Hill.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted to approve 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, all right, it's back to you for a motion, Ms. Toombs.
Move for approval.
All right. Okay, there is a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, this is on second reading. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, any abstaining? All right, the ayes have it. It's on second reading. It's an ordinance, so it'll have a third reading, okay? On second? Yes, okay. All right, next is, this is the last bill on second reading. Oh, I'm sorry, 88 was pulled at the tippy top of the back page. That was pulled by Ms. Johnston, I believe. Okay, so this is agenda item 88, Ordinance BL 2026-1294, sponsors Toombs, Gad, Vo, Porterfield, Cortez, Allen, Ellis, and Suara, an ordinance authorizing a one-time bill credit to water and sewer users as a result of the January 2026 winter storm. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, and for the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Vice Chair Ewing, on 1294. This was regarding the one-time bill credit to water and sewer users that was discussed at length in committee yesterday.
Sorry.
No worries. It's 1294, sponsor Toombs.
Hang on one sec. 1294. It's not.
It's on second reading. An ordinance.
We voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All righty. Back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion on this bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Now we move into section Q of our agenda, bills on third reading. That were not on consent. First among those is agenda item 89, ordinance BL 2025-1147, sponsors Toombs, Horton, and Evan Siegel. This is an ordinance amending certain access management sections of chapters 13.12 and 17.20 of the Metro Code of Laws to implement the Access Management Manual, which compiles regulations and guidelines for access from private property to the public rights of way to modernize the development review process and make streets safer for all modes of transportation. Council Member Toombs, counterintuitively, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
All right, and so we already have our committee reports previously, is that correct? No, we need a Planning and Zoning Committee meeting. Yeah, this is a weird one. It seems like it should be Ms. Evans Siegel or Mr. Horton is the sponsor, but it went to Planning and Zoning yesterday. Chair Horton, you are recognized.
I was not here for committee reports, but I was going to move the substitute if that's appropriate at this time.
We don't even have this sucker before us yet. We need, I need your committee report.
Committee reports, sorry.
No worries.
We voted, we considered the bill, we considered the substitute, recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Recommended approval of the bill as substituted, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, all right. Just to keep it in proper order with Ms. Toombs as a primary sponsor, go ahead, Ms. Toombs, with that committee report in, you can get it before us.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? All right, now, Mr. Horton, I bet you want to be recognized with a motion to substitute. Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to move approval of the substitute, please.
Okay, anything you want to say about it?
This reconciles inconsistent standards on obstructions of line of sight at street intersections.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so Mr. Eastlick, you'll be recorded as an abstention. This is just on the motion to substitute at this juncture, okay? Okay, Ms. Toombs, oh, I apologize. Guess what? You're now the sponsor.
Okay.
Wait, no, but yes. Okay, Mr. Horton, having substituted this bill, it is now yours, and thus you can renew the motion to approve as substituted.
I'd like to move approval as substituted, please.
Okay, all right. Any discussion on that? No. All in favor of this, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Councilmember Eastlick will be recorded as an abstention. All right, this has passed its third and final reading as substituted. All right, next are agenda items 90 and 91. They are companions to each other, sponsor Toombs. The first is ordinance BL 2025-1163, and its companion 1164. 1163 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at, oh, come on, 2130, 2132A, 2138A, 2138B and C, 2140, 2142, Buena Vista Pike, 3005A and B, and 3007 and 3009 Cliff Drive at the southwest corner of Buena Vista Pike and Cliff Drive. This is 5.29 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And again, the companion 1164, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at all those very many addresses that were just mentioned in 1163. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report.
For the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Horton, you're recognized.
Thank you. For both bills, we recommended deferral of each bill to the first meeting of April. 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion.
Move to defer to the first meeting in April.
Okay. There is a motion to defer both these companion bills to the first meeting in April. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. These bills will be back on third reading at the first meeting in April. Okay, now you all are going to be delighted that the next 30 bills can be somewhat taken together. I am only going to mention the first one and just get that as a platform for Ms. Toombs and the committee report to kind of explain what we're doing, okay? So this is agenda item 92. It as well is one of the 30 contracts. So these are agenda items 92 through 121. We understand the intention is that they will be withdrawn. That's why we are going to keep them batched together. But ordinance BL 2026-1206 sponsors Toom, Horton, and Evan Siegel. Again, a bevy of contracts. What this first one is really immaterial, but as a platform to explain what we're doing here. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Withdraw.
All right. No, what I want you to do instead is please withdraw all of them.
Yes.
And could you explain what Ms. Evan Siegel and the administration shared in committee yesterday? Ms. Vice Chair Ewing, are you prepared to do that, or you want me to put it to the administration? Okay. If you don't mind, if you'll just indulge me, Ms. Toombs. Okay, so Mr. Rosenberg, these are all going to be withdrawn, and that is supported by the administration because why? And I would recognize you, except this has been flickering and up and downing and turning all night long. Okay. Okay, there we go. Admin table, go ahead. you're recognized on this bevy of 30 contracts. Go ahead.
Thank
sir.
you, Madam President. What was before the council was the 7-year contracts. It was 3 plus 4 one-year extensions. By withdrawing them, they're executed as 3-year contracts with 1-year extensions. And then we're going to apply the requests that were coming from the body, things related to reporting and additional standards related to NACTO standards, and those will be in place and then shared with council.
All right. Thank you for that. And Ms. Toombs, again, you have requested the withdrawal of all 30 items from 91 to 122.
Yes.
Or 121, rather.
121, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. All those items will be withdrawn, okay? So, again, mercifully, we're just going to skip over all of those. And, okay, and we've just got one more. Okay, agenda item 122 is ordinance BL 2026-1253, sponsors Toombs, Vo, Hill, Welsh, Ewing, Swara, Gamble, and Gadd. This is an ordinance amending certain sections and subsections of Chapter 6.08 of the Metro Code of Laws to allow the Nashville Public Library to assume the operations of and responsibility for the Nashville Education, Community, and Arts Television Corporation, also known as NECAT. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, yep, committee reports were in already. Is there any discussion? There's a motion to approve this on third and final reading. Okay, I'm just gonna see if we can call it by voice to start. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Is that an abstention? Okay, you can be recorded as an abstention on this item on third reading. And with that, resolution has passed its third and final reading. That concludes our agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn? Properly seconded? Okay, we are adjourned. No. I mean, this was dancing all over.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.